And hey everyone, sorry for the issues with the previous stream. We had a technical issue with our
What
video.
issues? What are you
So we are
talking
good.
about?
So welcome to our SaaS journey. We are gonna build a new SaaS from scratch. I'm gonna explain you everything that I know, and at the same time I'm gonna teach you, and I'm gonna teach my best friend how he can build a SaaS. And I hope that you can enjoy our journey. So the idea that I had is just an application that I need for myself. So basically, I need a tool where I can track all of my SaaS projects into one single place, something like an income and expense tracker. So I need a place where I can connect all of my Stripe accounts into one single place, see all of my income, see all of my expenses, see all of my transactions for this SaaS, and as well automatically fetching invoices from my email, so at the end of the month I can just export it and send it to my accountant. So that's the idea I had. I just need this tool, and we decided to build it live so we can share our knowledge to you and you can be part of this project as well. So I hope you see us good. My brother says that everything's okay, it's not laggy. So I hope that everything is okay, guys. If you have any questions, just put in the comments. The template that we were gonna use is my personal one, so you're gonna see it in the comments. You can download it and use it. So the first thing that we're gonna do is actually reviewing the project template. I'm gonna explain everything, why there are different libraries, the project structure, and all this stuff. Then we're gonna create our development environments for all of the tools that we're using. Then we are gonna create our first screen, like the onboarding flow, where you can create different projects. And the last one for this day is will be actually to start integrating Stripe Connect, so you guys can connect your Stripe accounts into our system. So we will probably stream 4 or 5 days in a row. We will give our best to make this SaaS happens in life. So, Val, do you have anything to share? Val, do you hear me?
Rookie mistake. I think I was muted.
Mm.
Um, no, I was in just I'm just excited to get started with the whole journey really, because it's something I've been looking forward to doing, especially learning about software engineering and building apps from scratch. And thankfully, I have you to teach me, and we're both able to make it happen by taking some time off work. And yeah, the next few days are going to be exciting, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen really good. So I'm gonna explain you first how everything works, and then we're gonna dive into the template that I built. So first I'm gonna give you a quick overview of how HTTP and all web applications are working. So you have a client, which is 99% of the cases, almost like not 99, 100% of the cases is they're like a browsers because it's a web app, but the same can be like a mobile application. And here you have a server, and these two are communicating via HTTP. That's a protocol that the client sends a request, hey, give me these resources. The server like get all of the resources that the client needs and return all the information as a response. So if everything is okay, the status is like 200 or 204, basically starts with 2. If there are specific problems, there are different statuses that starting with 4 or 5, 500 for example, 400, 404, and stuff like that. So we're gonna cover this while we're building our tool. But just basically, this is like a two-way communication. Everything's happening in a row. The client asks for something, the server returns it. So that's the basic of how web is working. So these are the simplest way. In 99% of the cases, you have some database, let's say. So the database is like a new box. So let's say it's a database. So what happens is actually when you want to fetch, for example, of your pictures from the server, the client makes a request to the server and says, hey, give me all of the pictures that I have in my database. So the servers create another request to the database and get all of the data, map it to a specific format, and then returns it again to the client. So the client gets the response and visualize it on the UI. That's basically how it works. So this is working like in a public way. If you want to make something private, so you want to add authentication. So that's a new like a part, like a box. So let's say this is gonna be authentication. So what happens is actually the client sent to a server, hey, give me these resources, and the server checks if you have a permissions to access these resources. So basically, if I'm a user and I'm logging in with my email, I can get your posts. So the server every single time, most of the cases, the server checks if this user is authorized to get these resources. So in our cases, we will use Next.js. So how this is work? It's provide you a client and a server into one single application. Like before that, if you remember before Next.js, all React applications are purely clients, and most of the cases you have a server like .NET or PHP or something like that. So completely different languages. And yeah, so now Next.js gives you like an easy way to have the client and the server in one single place. And this is like a complicated thing for beginners because you can distinguish the client and the server. Like basically, when everything is in one place, it's hard to recognize what part is on the client and what part is on the server. So you have to be aware in the beginning, because what has to be in the server, you have to put it in the server. Like, so I'm gonna show you how you can put something like a quote in the file and say this is a server file and this is a client file. So that's only for you. You can understand it better. But this is how the way it works. Like it's one place, and when you have a server function, what is happily like inside this framework is actually it's creating an HTTP request to that file. They're just exposing it as an endpoint. So you have a file, let's say Stripe action in its server file. It just makes a request. I'm gonna show you that in the browser. It just makes a request to this file, to this route, and get the resources. So that's how it works. It's nothing complicated. You just have to distinguish which part is client and which part is server. The server is faster because in the client you have to load the application in the browser and then to run it, and then your machine is responsible for the outputs. But the server can be somewhere in, let's say, in Germany. It can be like a bigger machine with a bigger power, and that's why it's just faster. So when you have an authentication on every single request to the server, you have to check, is this user have a permission to access these resources? So the most convenient way to achieve that is through middleware. So middleware is like actually something that stands between server and between a client. So imagine when you create a request to the server, something interrupts it. Like that's a middleware, and the middleware actually checks, hey, I am the client says put in the request a cookie. So most of the ways of authentication is inside cookie. So you have your token inside your cookie, and the middleware checks just this token. Is this token so it's decrypted, it see who the user is, checking the authentication if this user exists, if this user has permissions, and if everything's okay, it just continue to the server. If it's not okay, it just return an error to the client. So in that way, you are sure that your database and your server is restricted. So if you need something to stay between the client and the server, you can use middlewares. Do you have any question particularly about that?
No, not really. I think it's pretty simple in
Yeah.
terms of the robotics. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that you know that, but I just want to give you a quick overview of how things are working in the
Yeah.
Next.js. So right now I'm gonna show you the template. Yep. So the tools that we are gonna use is actually, first I'm gonna start with the tools and then I'm gonna show you the template. So our main framework is Next.js. So for database, we're gonna use PostgreSQL. This is like a SQL database and lives inside Supabase. So Supabase is like a cloud. It's like a cloud where you can store your database. It's really great tool. It just gives you a really easy way to store all of your databases in one single place. So you can see there are a lot of tools in this Postgre: storage, real-time communication, vector databases, APIs. We're just gonna use the Postgre database, and in future we're gonna use the storage, so we can store our files there like invoices. So for the authentication, we're gonna use a really great tool, which is Quirk. It gives you a really good way to manage your users. They have UI components out of the box, so you can directly use it inside Next.js. And at the end, we are gonna use Stripe, so we can get payments for our application and also track all of our project's incomes and expenses. So that's all of the tools, like big tools that we're gonna use. So I've included all of them inside the template, and right now I'm gonna explain you how everything's communicated. So when you create a Next.js applications, this gives you a structure with this like a couple of folders. So app, components, public, and package.json. So basically, package.json is like actually a notebook for all of your libraries that you have to use. So this is like a file. So when you a package manager file. So when you install a library and deploy it to production, the cloud know which is all of your libraries that like probably they have to install before running your applications. So maybe you are using like npm for install them. So I suggested to use Run. It's a really new tool. It's just a JavaScript runtime. Everything is the same like npm. You just type instead of npm install, you just type bun. But this is just a more modern tool, and it's like really faster than npm, and that's why I decided to use this one. So you can download it for Mac. Before we start, it's just this command, and it's installed automatically.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. So the first thing that you have to do is actually to install all of the packages. So you just put a button install. So that will install all of the libraries that we have, and we'll create a node modules folder where all of the JavaScript files are loaded from this folder. So you see some scripts here. So these scripts you can use to run your application. So the def is just running it locally. Build is using when you want to build the application, and start is using when you build the application and want to start it in production mode. So these two commands are used inside like production. This is the command for the development. So the next thing that we have is lint. So lint is our actually predefined rules, so you can follow like better structure in your code, good code quality and stuff like that. So if you have these rules, you're gonna be sure that all of the people who contribute into that project are following the same standards. And one more tool for that one, it's Prettier. This is just like a formatting tool. You can install both of the extensions from here. The first one is ESLint, and the second one is Prettier. So these two, when these two tools will be installed, they are gonna see the configurations, and they use these specific configurations. So the only thing that I've changed is always to be double quotes. There are no semi at the end, and I have just made the print width like more, so you can type up to 120 symbols on a specific row. So the next that we have is actually our next config. Is just if you want to put some different configuration, you can put it right here, but this is just default one, nothing inside it. The next file from our root folder is TypeScript config. So TypeScript gives you a really good way of preventing the JavaScript issues that are existing in the real world. Like if you pass, for example, a string instead of a number to a some function, it's gonna say, hey, this function accepts only number, and you pass strings. So that prevents an issue. So it gives you a really great way to prevent all of these issues in the future. So better to find it in the Visual Studio Code, extend some client finds your issues. So that's just a configuration that are by default from when you build a new Next.js application. So this is the root folder. So all of these stuff are just out of the box when you create a Next.js application. So the main point of the application is inside this app. So here it's harder to understand it because in pure React application you have a router and you put all of the routes inside it. But here it's acts differently. So every single folder inside this app is just basically a route. So if I type something like you're gonna see right now in just a minute, but if I have a folder that says home and there is inside a file page, it basically creates a route home. So that's how it works. So you can see right now there are two routes and two groups. So if you have like these brackets, it means like a group. You can just group your files. And this is like not a route, it's just a group. So the layout is actually the starting point of our application. So here there are specific imports of libraries and our global styles, which are directly from ShotCN. So we are gonna use we are gonna use Shadcn for our as a design system. It's a really great tool that you can use different components so your app can look a way better. So they've provided just a styles. So if you like, for example, to change the colors, you can just copy these styles and put it inside the global CS folder, and everything will be red in this case. If you want green, you can just select green, copy the code, and this will put all of the CSS variables, and your application will look different. The layout file is just a starting point. So here you have a couple of fonts that are installed by default by Next.js. I have added inside the template like metadata. So metadata is just like a way to describe your application so it can be found by search engines. So this title is equal to the browser title. So for example, if you see this title on Shadcn, add colors, make it yours, this is the title. And then there is description, URLs. If you want to share your application, you can add specific images for Twitter, for Instagram, and for stuff like that. So this is just a metadata. So we're gonna fill that later when we start building and publishing our application. The next thing is the root layout. So here you can structure your DOM basically. So you have a HTML, then body with a specific classes for this font, and then we have something that says Quirk provider. So basically, this is a component that someone's written from Quirk, and inside it there are all the tools that you need for authentication. Like they will give us a way to get the current user. You're gonna see how we get that, but you have to put this provider on the like top level, so all of the children components can use function from that provider. And this is a provider written by me. It's just a Next theme provider that gives you a way to change the dark and light mode on the UI. So that's everything. This is why everything is wrapped inside the children. So children is basically all of the components inside that. So this is the layout. There are two more files, which is robots. This is again for SEO. You just have to put your URLs and sitemap, and this is the sitemap. These are all just metadata files. So I've created two groups, main and OAuth. OAuth is like for all the authentication files. Main will be our app. So you can see home. I've creating a home page. So if I type slash, it will load the page. Why? Because this is group and this is group. So it won't make a main, home, and then slash. It's gonna be just a slash. So this page will be loaded when I run the application. So this is the pricing section that I've created here as a group. It's just a component. And then there is a layout again, which is header, footer, and main. And all of the pages elements will be included in this main tag. And then I've created just a dashboard with a just layout, nothing inside it. So all of our most of our logic will be inside this dashboard. And this is on route dashboard. So do you have any questions about that? How this is working? How the routing is working?
I think you're just a good teacher so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine for now. Yeah.
Okay. So this is all for like client stuff. So if you want to make a way other apps or other people to use your application, you have to expose an API API route. So basically that gives you a way to make a request to our server. So if someone, if let's say I wanted to get over my post, someone wants to get their post, so they have to make a request to API/posts and then probably get request to that. So in order to achieve that, you have to make an API request, API folder, then a post folder, and then if you want to make a routes, you just have to, I will just open this Stripe. I'm gonna explain you later about this Stripe, but you can see you have to create this route file. So in the server it's route, in the client it's just page. That's the difference. So when you open this route, you're gonna see you have to export the function that your method would like to be: get, delete, post, put. That's the four most convenient one. So I'm gonna explain you later about this Stripe thing once we go to make our payments. So I'm gonna remove these files. So the next thing that we have inside the template is actually policy. So I've created just the terms and privacy policy pages like a component, so we can use it directly. They're just some informations that you have to provide to your clients and tell them that everything's okay with your data. That's probably the app page. So the next page is components. So we will put our shared components in this folder. So if you install components from SaaS-building, it automatically installed in this UI folder. So every single component that you've seen here is from SaaS-building. I didn't write this code, I just installed the component from SaaS-building. The icons is inside like a custom icon if you want to put custom icons. And then our like 3 components, so logo, team provider component, and team toggle. This is just a toggle button that you can switch of the light dark, and you can just switch to light and dark mode. Then the next folder is lib. We are gonna put all of our Stripe and all of these libraries functionality inside. So configurations, let's say, not functionality. So if I open Stripe, you're gonna see there is a server client. I'm gonna explain you later what is this, and it use just empty. And Tailwind is just, we are gonna use Tailwind so we can make our styles easily. So Tailwind is just like a tool which gives you a predefined styles like class names that you can use. So basically, if you want a display flex, you just type a flex class, and it gives you all of the styles about display flex. So if you want padding top, you just type pt-4, and that's just a really great way to style your page. The next folder is like public. You've just put all of the images here, 5 icons and images if you have. And the last folder is actually Supabase. So this will be our configuration for the database. So first I'm gonna explain how authentication works and our authentication part, and then the next thing is I'm gonna explain you how you can interact with your database. So this folder is for like later today. So one more thing is env file. So that's basically all of your, this is just an example of what you have to put in order for your libraries to work. So every library has wants a key, so it can verify you that you are creating a request to a specific database. So if you have to put a let's say Stripe key, so Stripe, they have to know who makes this request. So basically they will get this key and check in their database which user is related to that key, so they can authenticate, because otherwise they can't authenticate, they can't know who makes the request to them. So probably this is the keys, and also there are specific secrets and stuff like that, so they can make your interaction with them like more secure. So you don't have to put anywhere these keys, like you have to exclude them from the repository. You just put it in a file.env and forget about them. No one has to know, because if someone get your keys, they can access your database, they can access your Stripe account, they can access your authentication. So this is just like a password for all the tools that you are using. So we're gonna create .env file, and I'm gonna send you in the chat. So first that we have to do is type our base URL. So our base URL will be where your application is running. So I'm gonna start my application with run dev command, and you're gonna see that it started on this port, like 3000. So I'm gonna put it inside our base URL, just to have it like that. And of these configurations, we're gonna put it one by one once we setting up the clouds. The last file that I'm gonna show you is gitignore. So these are all of paths and files that you have to exclude from your repository. So basically you can see that env files are excluded, node modules are excluded, all of the build files are excluded, core configuration, Supabase configuration, and stuff like that. So do you have any questions about that?
I mean, no, it's I was able to understand pretty much all of it. I was just surprised that we would keep all of the secrets and essentially the whole env file. If that gets corrupted, you're kind of finished.
Yeah. So what we're going to do in live, because we have, all the people can see our codes,
Yeah.
is we will use development environment first, and that's a way you have to do, even if you don't do live, because you have to test all of your databases, you have to test all of your clouds running locally, and then once we are ready, we will just create a production environments in all of these clouds, and these keys will be put inside our Vercel account. So you won't be put them inside this env file. So once you get the production keys, you're gonna put it in Vercel and you forget about them.
Okay, that makes more sense.
And also when we finish our life, I will delete the previous secrets for the development environment and recreate new ones. So the keys will be just inactive, and we will create new ones, and we're just gonna use it. But if someone see them in live, it's just gonna be to the development environment, so nothing will happen with our production stuff. Yeah. Okay, so the first thing that you have to do is open our application. Probably it won't work because we have to configure all of our clouds first. So if I type localhost.3000, you're gonna see errors probably because of missing configuration for authentication, database, and stuff like that. Yeah, you can see errors here, but this is just our homepage. There is you can see again, there is in the home, it's a layout, there is a header, which is this component, there is a main, everything inside it, and there is a footer on this one. So, and this is just the page. You're gonna see its pricing section. If I comment it out, you're gonna see that this will disappear. So that's just our application. We have a sign button, we have a team provider button where you can switch, and you have these tools that you can use as a ready to use components. So I'm gonna make my desk into like PowerPoint. I'm gonna sit and I'm gonna start creating the development environments. Can you check if everything's good with the live?
Yeah, I have it opened up. It looks all fine. It's no jittery, and I think sound is good as well.
Okay. I'm just typing my brother to see if everything's okay.
Mm.
Okay, so let's see our to-do list. So the first is we've reviewed the project template. So I'm gonna mark this as a completed. So the first thing that we have to do is setting up our authentication. It's really cool. So guys, we have just create our email and just create an account in this one. Everything will be set up live. So you're gonna see how you can do it like a real life scenario. So I just wanna see. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna sign in with our, you say GitHub?
Yep.
Okay. So Vow have created accounts, so we just use them. Okay. Even though he make a application. So the only thing that you have to do is create an application and choose the sign-in option. That's the only thing that Vow had created, so we will use it directly. So if you want, let's say, your application to be just like a to-do, and you can put what you want your users to log in. So email, phone numbers, and stuff like that. So once you create it, you're gonna see it here. So this will be the development mode. You're gonna see, and later today we're gonna create our production instance, so we can have two different environments. So the Next.js application that you're gonna see. So I have already installed this npm2. So I will just put my API keys. So the only thing that you're gonna see right now is I will copy these keys, and I hope that I won't forget to delete them and create new ones after we finish the live. But you just have to copy these files and put it inside your env file. So you're gonna first I'm gonna copy all of these quirk configurations and put it inside my env. So here I'm gonna paste what I've copied from quirk. So this is the public key, and this is the secret that you have to put. So about webhook, I'm gonna explain what we will use webhooks. And yeah, so if I just refresh this thing, save this thing, and just remove the pricing section, because Stripe it's used inside this one, and it gives in as an error because we don't set up the Stripe environment. So everything now should be like it. So the next thing is you have to update middleware, but I have already do that. So Vow, you remember that middleware is just a
It's a helping hand
service.
between the
Yes,
client and the server. Yeah.
good man. So we have a middleware file where it's just really easy. It will skip if the clients want access to this file. So this is like just images, fonts, and stuff like that. It's out of the box. You're gonna see that this is directly provided by Quirk. You can just copy and paste it, and it will always run it to API files, routes. Sorry. So the only thing that you have to do is to export this middleware. So someone from Quirk has written code that checks your cookie. So if your cookie is not matching the user inside their database, they won't provide you an access. So that's a really great way. If you don't like to make your authentication custom, just use it Quirk. It's really helpful and it's easy, gives you boost for your SaaS. So I've created just a little bit more different stuff. So I have
Yeah, I was
exported
gonna
this
ask.
middleware, and then
Uh-huh.
I'm checking for public route, because if we want to make some of our routes public, so let's say homepage. So if it's not a public
Okay.
route, then protect it. But if it's public, then just give me access to that page. So we will put all of our public routes here. So this is the policy files. So if I open policy, let's say, so if I come here and just click on the privacy policy, you're gonna see you're gonna see our privacy terms.
Okay.
But if I remove it from the middleware, you're gonna see if I try to open it again, we won't have access to that. You're gonna see it's redirected to the
Okay.
sign-in screen. So sign in and sign up screen are again public because people have to sign in before interact with that. And then there are two webhooks that I'm gonna explain you what actually is this one. So I will return the policy, and you're gonna see that if I go, my page is public.
Okay.
Yeah. So you probably wonder what are these sign-in screens. So we have an OAuth folder, we have a layout, which I've created a component like this. So if I click on sign in, you're gonna see an image on the right, a logo, and sign in form inside the left. So this is the logo, this is the sign in form, and this is the image. And here we have two pages, sign in and sign up page. So in the sign in, I just use the core component. They have written all the functionalities, so you're gonna you don't have to think about that. And the sign up page is as well the same, just use the sign up component. So this component, this box right here, is written by Quark. We're just gonna use it. Oops. Sorry. So let's just create an account. But actually, yeah, I will leave that. Okay, I'm gonna create it and then we are gonna set up something else. So we're gonna see that the core provider that I've explained you, I've just already added that. So it wraps on an entire app and gives you access to different functions. So get the user and stuff like that. Yeah. And then when you run it, it's just that easy. So the only thing that you have to do in this template is just copy the secrets.
Yep.
So once you continue, you're gonna see here of the different sign-in page, sign-up pages. I've already configured that. So if we open our dashboard, you're gonna see our database is empty, no users yet. And we're just gonna create our first user. So let's say I'm gonna create my registration. So if I click on the sign up button and type my email, just a second because I'm not logged in my email. Okay, I'm gonna create. Can I use the company's one? Yeah. Okay. So info.product profit trail. That's the name of our app, by the way. And .com. So I'm gonna put some password here. It gives you all of these validations and stuff like that. So it's easy. It's really easy.
Well, are you using your personal one? Oh no, the company one. Okay.
The company one because I'm not logged in inside personal one. So because this will want a code from the email. So you can see, guys, there is a verification of email as well out of the box, so you just can use it. So if I open our
This is so
business
great.
email, you just receive the verification code, and just put it inside this one, and you're logged in. So once I'm logged in, you're gonna see that sign in button disappear, and I'm redirected to the home page. So basically, if you don't want to be redirected to the home page, you can edit these URLs. So you're gonna see next public work sign in fallback redirect URL. So if I'm gonna change this one to dashboard, once I've signed in or signed up, you're gonna be redirected to this one. I've just put it like a home for now. We can change it later. So yeah, that's the only configuration that you need for authentication. So right now I'm gonna show you why I'm gonna show you that we are logged in. So you can get our user from their hook, use user, and we can console log this user. So if I open again the home page, oops. So see how it gives you an error and says you have to call the use user in client component. So by default, Next.js create the pages like server side. So if you don't tell them this is a client component, they will put it in the server, and once your page has been loaded, the server just gives the HTML to the client, and just the client will render it. That's a faster way to get a result to your users. So that's why by default all the pages are server side. So if you want to use hooks, that's a React thing, a function that provides you a different functionalities. You can put just a text here, use client on the first line. So that's make the component client, and you can use this function. If you want to use it on the server, you can just get user from get OAuth, I believe. Yeah, this is a function that gives you the user credentials on the server. This is on the client, this is on the server. So you can just use both of them in a specific case that you need. So you're gonna see in the console that you have just console log the user, and all of these methods are for the user. You're gonna see the ID of the user, the image URL if you have image, phone numbers, email addresses. You can see the email address, stuff like that. So you can use all of these tools when it's created and all of this stuff. So once we have logged in and sign up, you're gonna see that if I open our users in dashboard and refresh the page, you're gonna see that our user is here. It says when it's logged in, when it's created, the email, and all of this information about our user. So if someone if you want to delete someone or block, just click on this action, and you can ban, delete, or block the user, and they can't log in inside your app anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So it says all of this data about the user. So the next thing that we have set up is the database. So we will use our Supabase. You have told me that you have created an account, right? I just have to
Yeah.
log in. Okay.
Yeah. Again, you can continue with GitHub.
GitHub will be the last one when we.
No, you can continue with
Oh.
GitHub to the Supabase account.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna let you in like this. Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder why. Maybe I don't know. They
Yeah, we're
encrypt the
here.
password so
Okay.
it doesn't recognize it.
So yeah, guys, the only thing that you have to do is just create a new project and choose the organization. Probably the name of your account, and just put a name, a password and a region. So choose the closest region to you, so it can be like a fastest way, because the database will be put in a server in Frankfurt in this situation. So when you create a request to Frankfurt, you have to be close to that part, because if we create a request to, let's say, San Francisco, I'm living in Bulgaria, so it will be really slow. Like not really slow, but it will be slower than if I do a request to Frankfurt. So and after that you're gonna see this screen. It's just a welcome screen. So the only thing that you have to do here is we can open our env example, copy the Supabase configuration and put it inside our really env file. And here we have to get the Supabase URL, the key, and the service row key. I'm gonna explain later why we need these three things. So I believe it's somewhere here. JWT is being updated. Let's see. Maybe project settings. Where are these keys? Okay.
Wait, just to confirm, you made a second env file, right?
No. Yeah. Just
Okay,
because
cool.
this is an example, and I've just committed inside the repository, so everyone can get up the keys and just put their values here inside it.
Okay.
So let's just find the, if you click on the view API settings, you're gonna see the URL. This is the URL, so I'm just copy it, paste it inside the URL. Then the second one is the API key. You can just put the API key inside it. And then the last one is just this server service row. You're gonna click on the view, copy, and paste it inside your env file. That's the only thing that you have to do. So your database now is set up. So I'm gonna explain you how it works. So there is a folder, let's say Supabase, and I have created a server file. So every single time when you want to use your database, you have to use the function create quirk Supabase client SSR or create Supabase client with service key. So I'm gonna explain you why there are two different files. So the first one is you have to use so you know that in the database all of the records have some kind of user ID. You have to distinguish which row is for a specific user. So let's say I have posts, and here I have user ID, which have some 1, 2, 3, and then the name of the post. Let's say post 1. So when you create a request, because this is SQL, you have to type select all from posts, and then where user ID is equal to the assigned user ID. So if you want to skip this where part from every single query that you read in the code, I've just created a client that gets the, you can see, gets the bearer token from Quirk. That means when you logged in, you have a token, an access token to that. So I've just get the token with this template Supabase, and then put it inside the header before it actually makes a request to the database. So in that way, I will get only the post from the logged in user, because you can make a mistake or someone can make just a DDoS attack to that, and if you remove this one, it will be automatically put in the query, so you get only posts for the logged in user. So there is one more file which is with service key. So in specific situation, I'm gonna explain you need to get, let's say, all of the users. of the user's info from your database.
Mm-hmm.
And if you use this function, it will add where clause for a specific user. But you want to get all of the information from users, so the only person who has access to this is the person who has this service key. So
Yeah.
so in that way, if you use this function, be really careful and use it only in these specific places that you have to get information for all the users, not a specific one. I'm gonna explain where you need this one just in a second. That's why you have two functions. And the second function is migrations. So migration is just a history of your scripts. So if you want to make a table inside the database, you just create a SQL file, put the script inside this one, and every single time when you, let's say, deploy, you just push the migrations. So this will push the scripts to the specific environment, because right now we will have the development environment and we will have a production environment. So instead of copy and paste the scripts in both of environments, imagine you have like 100 environments. You don't want to go and copy and paste this script into every single Supabase UI, because if I get this script, I can just come here in this SQL editor, execute it, and we will create our users table. But we have to do that as well in the production environment. So that's why we've put inside a migration. So every single time when I type migration run, it will use all of these files and will run it directly into the environment that I choose. And in that way, if you give your application to someone else and they decided to create a new database, they can just run these migrations and we'll create the data. So the first thing that I'm gonna explain you is I've created a function that every single time when you make this where clause with user ID equals to something like 123, let's say, this 123 has to come from somewhere. This is the user ID, but this is coming from another library, which is Quirk. So Supabase doesn't know about Quirk, and Quirk doesn't know about Supabase. So you have to tell the Supabase that they can get the token from this Quirk user, which is have this sub property. So sub, it's like usually the user ID. So if you're gonna see here, can I get the token? Probably not, because this is a client, but you have a JWT token. I'm gonna explain you. So basically all of your information, I'll put it inside something like this. So you're gonna see that there are specific data. This is the encrypted one. You're gonna see name, something like IAT, that's just a date, and sub, this is the ID of your user. So that's why we tell the Supabase get the sub from the JWT. So that's the first migration that we need. It will just create this kind of function. And the second one is our first table. We will keep information about our users. So I've created a user ID, which will be the Quirk one, the subscription one that our users will have, because we have to track them if they have a subscription so they can access our resources. Their Stripe customer ID, so when someone is paid by Stripe, we put their customer ID inside our database so we can continue to track who made the payments to our system. So we can match their user ID to the Stripe payment, and it will automatically give them an access to our system when they pay to our system. And then two default values. created that and updated that. I've already put these two values in all of my tables just for a history. If you want to see when someone has updated their profile or when someone has created, just for like a history and for statistics, for debugging purposes, just to see about that. And if you want, for example, to order something by a created date, you just need a date. So the next thing that I have to do is to create a specific extension. So that extension is just add mod.that theme. It just, you can use this procedure someone from Supabase write it. That will automatically gives you the current date, and you can see I've created a trigger that every single time when a user is updated, so before the user has been updated in the database, it will put this date for in updated add. So there are two ways to gives value to updated add. The trigger one, so every single time when there is an update script to this table, it will automatically attach the current date to this value. Otherwise, you have always make it like this. Supabase dot, for example, update users, and then you have to give some kind of values, and instead of just, for example, if you want to update their subscription plan, let's say you want to make it free, and then you have to pass the updated add. So instead of passing it every single time because you can forget, you just use this trigger which will activate before updating. So every single time when you make this script, before it actually appears this record into the database, it will attach the current date in this field.
Okay.
Yeah. So the second scripts are about row level security. So Supabase allows you to secure your tables. So that means we want to enable the row level security. You can just you can update this row level security from the UI. But I've told you that if you have different environments, you have to do it manually. So that's why every single time when you do something in the database, you just have to make it through scripts. So I will just enable the row level security, and then I've created 4 different policies. So the first one is policy when you make a select request to users, it will add this where post that I told you. User ID is equal to not 1, 2, 3, let's say, but it will attach the result from this function. And if you remember this function, it comes from the previous migration, which gives you the ID from the token. So basically, it will attach a policy, and you won't be able to make requests to different users if you are not logged in with that user. So again, the same is for insert, for update, and for delete, just for policies. So you can't update something from user if you're not that user. You can't send you can update your subscription if you're not that user. The only way we can avoid that is through this service row key, which we are the only person that we have access to that. So that's why you have to use always this function in situations where you don't have the user context, the token. You just have to use this one. So that's the 2 migrations that we have to run. So just to revert everything that I've created here. So the next thing that we have to configure is to connect Supabase and Quark. So we can do that from Supabase or from here, configure. Let's just see integrations, and you have to enable your integration with Supabase. And one more thing, but I forgot what was, but let's just check. Quark Supabase integrate. So you're gonna see, yeah, so in Quark we have enabled that, so then we can get the domain. So if you click on this Supabase integration setup, you're gonna be redirected to a page where you can connect your Quark with Supabase, because in that way you can use this function, you can use this token from Supabase, and the user ID column will be the value from the Quark one. So I'm gonna select our application, the instance, enable, and then you can see there a specific domain that you have to copy, because Supabase have to know where this request coming from. So if I copy this domain and then for the documentation, you're gonna see that I have to open authentication, then sign in, sign up, and here we have to allow, where is it? We have to allow users to sign in from a specific URL, which is this one. So let's open the documentation, and if I click on this one and select our project, you're gonna see that there is a third-party authentication, because we use authentication outside of Supabase, and we have to provide Quark as a provider, so they have to know how to read their keys, because when we give a cookie with the key, they have to check if this key is correct. So they're gonna get the key, and Supabase will make a request to Quark and to tell them, hey, I have this key, if this is a valid user or no. And they will return to them, hey, this is info.profile there is an account for that, so everything's okay, give the resources. So here we have to put the Quark domain, which is get it from the previous screen, and this is just the connection. So the next thing that you have to do is, in order to you can see that the communication is okay, so we're ready. And the last thing that we have to do is, you have to use if you want to use your migrations, you have to tell you have to run a script to push them. So I forgot the script, so I'm gonna get it. So yeah, in this way you create a new migration, the Supabase migration new, then the name of the migration, and it will add just a second, it will add migration with a timestamp, because in this they will be executed in this order. So the tool that you need to create to run migrations is Supabase CLI. You just have to download it from their website. You can just type on this command and it will install Supabase CLI. So I have to log in with my different account. Let's see how, because I have logged in with different account. Change user and project.
Can you just send me the link?
Of the CLI?
Yeah.
Where can I send you?
Google Meets or just iMessage?
Yeah.
Oh, it's me.
Okay. So now if I type Supabase in my VS Code, you're gonna see that it's working, and I have to configure my CLI to use the tools. But how I can configure it, let's just see. Because I don't know. Automatic CLI login, Supabase login, for example. Supabase login. So I'm gonna press enter to open our Supabase account. So you're gonna see right now, it gives you a code that you have to put it inside your terminal.
Okay, I won't do it then.
Why? You can,
Can I use the same code?
no, but you have to log in again. Okay, so now you're gonna see that the token is created, and I have an access to our account. So let's just find our projects. So if I type Supabase projects and probably list or something like that. Yeah, list. So I can see, I'm sure that I'm using the correct one. Yeah, Profit Trail is the name. It's in region London, because my brother lives in London. And yeah, so the only thing that we have to do is, if you follow this documentation from Supabase, is just to, let's just type Supabase migration as well. So this is the creating, we have created all the migrations. So if I type migration push, I believe, Supabase db push, yeah, this will execute all of my migrations to the project, and you're gonna see in the databases that we have. Now we don't have any table, but if I run this Supabase, what was the name, db push, remote migration version not found. Oh, because this is we have to create new migrations, because this is with IDs related to my previous project from the template. So what right now I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create 2 new migrations. So the first one will be Supabase. Let's just see the command. Supabase migrations. So Supabase migration new, and then we're gonna put the same name. Create requesting user ID function. Okay, it's created a new one, so I'm just copy this file into this thing and we'll remove my older one and create a new migration, which will be create users table, and copy again the transactions into a new one, and we'll remove the other ones. So I hope that I can push them now. Yeah, it's applied. You're gonna see everything's okay. Oh no. Remote migration version not found in local migration directory. Okay. So probably it keeps a history to my previous account. So let's say it's just yeah, it keeps I had these migrations into my previous template. So how can we set up it again? If I delete this temp folder, which probably keeps us the, yeah, okay, it keeps the link to my previous account, so I have to log in again so it can make a new history. Yep, you see now there is a temp. So
yeah.
if I push my migrations, I have to link it to, wait just a second, I have to make a link to my project, Supabase migrations. Wait just a second. Okay, link. yeah, link your project. After login, I have to link my current project. So we have only one, so I'm gonna choose it. And then, oh, database password. Do you remember it? Type that into iMessage so I can see in my phone.
It's already there. It should be. Remember the big message I sent? It should be on there. I'll
But
just
that's a
reply to
specific.
it.
Okay. Um,
Well, the Supabase password.
the database password. When you create a new
Yeah.
project, it asks you for a password. I will try with this one
Great.
that you have sent me.
Yeah, try the one there. It should be the same one, to
Otherwise,
be fair.
we will create a new one. Connecting. Oh, we're connected. Cool.
Oof.
So we are connected. So when I push our migrations, it will ask you, do you want to push these to migrations? So if we click yes, it's gonna apply them, and you can see everything's okay. So now we will have to check if it's appear in our database. So if I open the Supabase, you're gonna see in the table editor that we have users table with these 5 columns and they're empty. There are 4 policies for delete, insert, select and update. And also if I go back into the database and open functions, you're gonna see that this function that we've created is here, and this is the code for that. So from here we have set up everything. So one more setup is required to that. So you know that once we create our user, we have to put a record inside our table because we have to keep track their plan and of these dates. So that's happening via via webhooks. So I'm gonna explain what is webhook in just a moment. Yeah, can we make 5 minutes break so I can fill my water and
Yeah.
okay.
100%
Okay,
sir.
so
I,
I have prepared a be right back screen, so I'm gonna change it,
mm-hmm.
and we'll come in like just 2-3 minutes. Are you okay?
Yep.
Okay, 5 minutes and we are back to attack again.
We're back. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, we're back. Brother, are you here? I can hear you.
No.
Yeah, but it
No, the
says
camera
that
is on.
something is not okay with the Discord. Don't switch. Okay. I believe audio video is good. We're ready to attack again.
I can check once.
Yeah, can you check?
Yep, all good.
Okay. So, do you have any questions by this point?
I was gonna say, do you want me like if you want me to do something in particular,
Uh-huh.
like connecting to the database or anything like
Uh-huh.
that,
Uh-huh.
tell me. If not, I'll just follow along on your screen,
Uh-huh.
and later I'll just pull the latest thing from GitHub.
Okay. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna explain you one more thing, and then
Yeah.
we're gonna set up you everything, and then we'll
Huh.
start coding our app.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So you said that the wife is there and
Y- Yeah,
everything's okay.
it's all good. Yeah.
Oops, I just put it in my phone. Okay. Okay, we are good. So how, when you create an account, we have to fill the user, like when someone's created an account, we have to put a free trial one, because in most of the cases you need to give them access to see how your applications work. So in my template, I've just added a free subscription plan, and later in future we can create a way that this free point can expire. But right now we don't have clients, we don't have users, so we can manually track them and remove their subscription. So in this situation, we are using a sign up component which is ready to use, so we can't manage and we can change the code of signing up. So Supabase provides you a way you can get the recently created user, the details about it, and just create a what if you want to do with that. So once you signed up, they've sent you a request to your server and gives you the details about this client. So how this is work is this is our server, and this is Quark server, and this is our client, which is browser. So once you have signed up, it gives you the user details, email, password, and stuff like that to their server. They've created an account, put in their dashboard like this, and then they've created a request to your server and gives you information about that user. So the dev code is like webhook. So webhook is just something like an endpoint that you gives them and tells them, hey, this is the endpoint that you can send me requests, and they've just this is just the name of the terminology of functionalities. So
Yeah.
webhook. So when some event is happening, you have to give them an endpoint that they can send you requests. And this endpoint is probably a webhook, the name of it.
Mhm.
So we have to tell the quirk, hey, this is our endpoint that we wait for an event. So in the template, you're gonna see in the API folder, because this has to be public endpoint, I've created a webhooks folder, and then there is a quirk, and there is a route which has a post request. So probably it will expose to them API/webhooks/quirk. So if they create a post request to this endpoint, it will click our functionality. So first thing, this endpoint has to be public. That means everyone can access it. So we can create our own secret and tells them, hey, this is my secret, you have to send me every single time. So I can know that someone from Quirk sent me this request. Because if you open Postman or some other tool that you can make requests, or you can just make a fetch from JavaScript, and if you access this my endpoint, you can corrupt my users table because it's public. So if you see the middleware, I've created this endpoint as a public because Quirk can in this way Quirk can access it. So then I've just getting the body, check if the type of the event is user created, and if it's that, I get the user, get the Supabase key. So here is the point. In this way, we don't have cookie because this is server. They've made a request and we don't know which is the user. So that's why you have to use the function with the service row key. So in that way, we can make a request to that database because we don't have a session because it's an outside of our, no one is signed in. It's from their server to our server. So I have created a policy that no one can insert records in our database except for the users with this service row key. So that's why I've get this a client, and the next thing that I'm gonna do is inside users table, I'm gonna insert a record with the Quirk user ID. We put them Stripe customer ID no, and we put them a free plan in their subscription, and created that, and updated that dates will be automatically created because of our extensions. And if there is an error, I just return them, hey, something happened, and probably when it's webhook, they have created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times until they stop. So if something happens, they will try again. And if everything's okay, we return them a 200 response code, so they can know everything's okay with that user. So in order to activate this, we have to open the Quirk and goes to configure and then create our webhook. So here in webhooks, you can see we can add an endpoint and gives them our URL. So I can't type localhost 3000 because they don't know what is localhost. So we will use one tool from ngrok. ngrok is like a company, and they gives you a way you can expose your localhost 3000 port publicly, and then they will give you an URL for that. So if you see, if I open terminal, you can download ngrok for macOS. It's just one command. It's this one, and then you can use it in terminal. So I have to, if I type ngrok, you can see that it's installed. So the only thing that I have to do is to expose my port. So http and then http localhost.3000. So I've exposed my port. And so now every single one can access my application on this URL. So if I open this URL, you're gonna see that our applications will be open. You see, that's my localhost. Yeah. So I can give this URL to Quark and tells them, hey, this is my URL, and you have to access API/webhooks/Quark, because that's my route, API/webhooks/Quark. So I'm gonna stop my application and run it in debug mode. So I have created a configuration. When you download my template, you can it's inside this VS Code launch. So here on this button, you have a play button, which run the application in debug mode. So I'm gonna see here like a breakpoint, so I can show you what's going on. So now we want an event which is user created. We don't want to track anything else. So if my user is created, just make a request to that. So I've saw that there is a way they have secured their endpoints with a specific library, but I just saw that last night. So I've created a manual secure check. I will use this one, but in future we can update it with their way. This is a library, you can install that, and they gives you a key. So instead of making it manually, we can use their way. But this is like a future implementation, it's not needed for now. This is a secured one, so if no one has our key, we're okay. But you just can make it more secure in future. So here in advanced configuration, I'm gonna put custom headers. How can I put it? So maybe create so here you can see how we can advanced custom headers. So headers, we are accepting Quark signature, so I have to put that as a header. So they will send us this header, and here the value has to be equal to our environment variable. So here, let's say we are gonna put like something, just a simple key, discipline 1, 2, 3, let's say, or profit trails 1, 2, 3, profit trail 1, 2, 3. So we can change it in production, so don't worry. So if I type this value, they're gonna send me this value into headers, so I know that Quark made this request to me and not someone else, because it's not a big deal, because this is just creating a user into our database, so they can't hack us or something like that if you just create a user. So if I save this one and access this value, save it. So now I will delete my user from here, so I can sign up again. So if I just delete it and open the app, I just have to change one more thing. So you know that it's localhost 3000. So here I have to put this new route that it's from ng-1, so I can use it directly as this inside browser. So if you see that I'm now signed out because I deleted my user, so my user don't exist anymore. So if I click on sign in, it's a little bit slower because of this debugger, so I will stop it once we have created a user. So here I will sign up again. So once I've signed up and accept everything, my user is created, and you see at the moment when my user is created, they've sent us a request, and our breakpoint has been triggered. So you're gonna see, I will get the quirk signature from their headers, and you're gonna see that they've sent us the value. So we will check if this value is equal to our environment variable. If they are okay, we can continue. So we're gonna get the body. So the body, there is something like the event and the data. So you're gonna see in the data there is user ID and all of this stuff related to user and the type of the event. So this is a user has been created. So we will get the quirk user. This is the data, and we just need the ID. So the only thing that we need is the ID. So I'm gonna get the ID, and if there is no error, that means everything's okay, and I just can continue. So right now you're gonna see in the dashboard and inside webhooks that they've sent us an event which is inside logs. You can see they've sent events to everything that you need. We just need user created, because you can see first I deleted my user, then I created something with email, but we just need this one. And you're gonna see in activity they've sent it one more time. So that's not a worry. It's failed. Strange. Oh, it's failed because they've sent us a second request in a row, and we have already a user with that ID in the database. So we have a unique constraint in the database that we can just duplicate. That's a cool. But you're gonna see, so now in our database, if I open users table, we have the user ID, the free subscription one, and when it's created. You can see now it's 7:57 UTC time, so 1 minute ago. So yeah, that's how it works. And you see the second time when they tried to send us the same event, probably they've just tried, or I don't know. We have a constraint in our migration which tells them, hey, my user ID is unique. So if you find something, if you try to insert a record with the same user ID, it will throw a value like say duplicate key, a unique constraint. That's why you have to put always your unique constraint in your primary keys, because in this way you are sure that there will be no duplicates row.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have our user, we have the subscription plan. So we know that when someone is registered to our system, we can see their subscription plan. So from here, I'm not gonna explain you right now Stripe, because there is one more functionality here, as you can see, Stripe. Once we've created the stripes, all this stuff, then I'm gonna explain you. Okay. So we don't need this endpoint anymore. I'm gonna stop the debugging because it's slower when I in debugging mode and when I switch this one. So I'm gonna stop it and just run it like locally, and we will run. It will run again on this URL, but just it will stop it will not show us the debugging pointers. Yeah. So we are, as you can see, we are signed in. There is info about this user, of this stuff if you need the email address and stuff like that. So we can add in future in header or somewhere else, just a way to see which user is authenticated. Okay, let's see our to-do list. So we have explained how the libraries fit together, and we have created and configured our development environment. So now, before we start the creating our actual app, if you want, you can set up everything in your system, so you are sure that everything's work. So you can clone the repository, and I'm gonna send you this env file, and that's the only thing that you need. You just have to type in
Oh, on the EV file. Okay.
yeah, you
Okay.
have
Tell me just the top, well, line 47 or 46.
47. What?
46. Next public Supabase URL. Just them three. The Supabase keys. I have the other two.
I'm just send you the whole. It will be easier.
Okay.
That's the env, so you can just copy and create it, and then you can just run burn install and then burn run dev and try to make a registration. So it has to kick my webhook, and it will create you a record into our database. See, they retry. If there is an error inside the hook, they retry a couple of times. So again, you can see they try to insert our user again. They will try 4 or 5 times. Before they so once you create an account, we're gonna check if it's gonna populate it and if it's gonna give us
I think I already made one, but I'll try again one sec.
well,
Supabase login.
wait a second to check something. So users,
Oh.
no users created.
Oh wait.
No, I mean, you have to log in from the app.
Yeah.
This app.
Yeah.
You can run it locally, and burn install the packages, burn run dev, and then creating an account.
Let's see. Oh, I need to pick something on the homepage. Show me your homepage quickly.
Homepage. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the homepage.
No, the
The code.
in the VS Code, yeah.
Okay. This one.
It's the users. Yeah.
You don't need this one. I just put it as a console walk. You can just remove it.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can
There
just
you go.
see.
Should work now. Sign in. Okay, sign up.
I see on my phone the quality.
It's really good.
Oh, it's 4K. Okay, 2K. Okay, I believe we're okay.
Oh, it even has cloud for human verification.
Yeah.
You know what? Clerk is the one, man.
Yeah. So I'm gonna see where you created.
There you go. You should have made an account.
You see 200. That means the webhook is okay. You have to have, you have an account. So let's see our database. Yeah, you're here with a free access. So if I go to the webhooks, you're gonna see that the last event was successfully passed. Yeah, see, succeeded. Yeah, that's your event. You see the email address. Okay. We are
Nice.
all set up, so now let's just build. So how we can continue in this way? Uh, so what we plan is to actually create something like an onboard flow, which will be a model, two-step model. The first step will be projects, and the second step will be connecting your Stripe account. So first we will need this onboard model, and then we are gonna create a form here with the project name, and then on the second will be just a button, connect your Stripe. So we have to create a database specifically for projects, because we need to keep the user projects inside this one. So probably you're familiar with SQL and you know how we
Yeah.
can create one. So what do you think we can create as a rows, as a columns inside our projects table? We have to create a projects table. So we need a
So you have the
name,
project name,
name, user ID.
name,
We have to know which is the user,
user ID.
and then
I think
created that and updated that. For now, we just need only these tools, I believe. Do you think something else we need?
maybe project type.
Project type. What's
Or
the
can we add that later
Yeah,
on?
we can alter the table. That's why migration will help you. Will help us.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so just something to see if there are some changes from me. Yeah, I have to put these migrations. Give me
Yeah,
just
and
a
then I'll put.
second. Updated DB migrations. So how we're gonna proceed with that? If you want, I can make this table first. I'll show you how to interact with this thing, and the second table we can create once we need it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna create our route first on the UI side. We don't need this thing. I'm just gonna revert this file. So close everything. We clear. Okay. Just do it like this. So we have to create a dashboard page. So let's say this will be page, and here we can create a component, dashboard page, and just open it from the UI. So if I open dashboard, we don't have to. Yeah, dashboard page, you're gonna see that header and footer is disappear because we have a layout with only main, nothing else. We don't have header and footer. We are gonna add something probably later. So for this one, I believe we will need a model where we can use ShotCN. So we are gonna need a model. The component is dialog. So we'll just open it, and we can make a two-step model like this. Yeah. So I have to install this with Pun because I don't install the dialog. So I have to run it, like stop our project, run the command, and the dialog has been installed in our app. So we're gonna see that in components. Oh, there is file already. Okay, I've created one probably. So you're gonna see that there is a dialog component. So how can we use that? So we don't need dashboard. Right now we need inside the main, we will need route onboarding, and page.tsx. So this is our onboarding page. Oops. Oh. Onboarding page. So you open it. Onboarding. Oops, I didn't start the project. Okay. Okay, this is our onboarding page. So we will need the one dialog. So if I open SaaS-building and we'll just copy this dialog and put it inside our app and import everything from SaaS-building components, then components, header, oops, title, and description. Formatted it, you're gonna see open button that shows this one. So probably we don't need trigger, we will need just to open it always, open through, because so once you refresh it's open, we don't need trigger button. So once you open the page it will be something like this. So here we can create our, so inside the title we will have to implement the something like step loader, and the description will be
The form.
the form, yeah. So right now we are gonna do only one page, the description with the form, and then we're gonna extract it in components. So we need a form. So the form is a little bit different. Dev used this to React hook form. That's a very good library that gives you a way to really work really easy way to work with forms, because forms are one of the most complicated things in the front end. So they will install this React hook form as a library, and Zot will be used for validations. So if you want to make a validation for a specific form, you just use these two. So you're gonna see that's the Tommy, that's the way you can use it. Form item, you've built just form items and stuff like that. So I'm gonna install this form into our system. Installing all of the dependencies button is already there. You're gonna see everything's okay. So once I run it, you're gonna see in package.json Zot has been installed, and also React hook form. Okay, so how they use the form is you can create a component project form, and we will create just our project form here. So if I just I will just need two things. The first one will be the schema. I can just copy this thingy. So this will be our schema. And for validations, here you type you have created your form like this. So this gives you the form, and it tells them, hey, this will be the schema, so I can pass default values to that form. And then one on submit function, when everything's okay, we will have an event that we can use. Okay, I don't like this way of function, so I'm gonna check on submit, and then a function, and then just console log the values. So all the thing that we have to do is to create our form. So you just pass the components. So form component, we pass the form object, and then we've created a field which contains the username, and then we add label to that and form control and just an input with that part. So input is coming from other, so form description if you want, and form message is probably for the errors, and then just button which will submit our form. So the input is from where it's coming from inputs. We have to install that as well. So I'm gonna install the input component and run our projects again. So if I render our project form, so I don't like this way of it's inside onboarding and project form. So we are gonna see in our next template we should have our form. Oops, I have to make it like use client because there are hooks like use form. So this is a client form here again. Just see what's going on. Okay, so because it's inside dialog, it's inside dialog description. This is a pickup. You can have a form pickup or like this. Yep, everything's okay. So you see that this is the step and this is the username and the field. So if I click submit, it will tells us that username must be at least 2 characters, and if you open our schema, you're gonna see that the username is required and minimum is 2 characters, and this gives you out of the way a way to show users what's not okay with their component and gives you validation. So if I type more than 2 characters and click submit, you see that the console log inside on submit is triggered. So you are sure that everything with the form is okay before it comes here. So that's really cool. So we can change our project form. So here it can say name, probably required, so minimum string with minimum 1 because it's required. We will use the default messages. If you don't pass a message, it's just gonna, so name is the default value, and here is the name, and the template is the label is project name. And we can remove or we can leave this description. This is your, like, there is no need of project name description.
Yeah.
So if I pass it like this and click submit, you're gonna see that it's required. So one more cool thing, if we pass a required attribute here, no, here, no, Then here,
It should be in the input, no?
probably. I just want to see this asterisk that says
Red.
it's required. Let's see how can we do that. Okay. Asterisk. Okay. Oh, there is no way to show asterisk.
Oh, wait.
Really strange. Okay, let's just see. Form documentation. Interesting. Let's just ask our friend.
I was literally pulling him up.
Oh. Manual appended. Yeah, I didn't find something in the documentation, so probably.
Yeah, the ChatGPT did it in a span.
Yeah, so let's just try. Because this is a required. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
And I have to remove this required attribute because it shows the Google Chrome validation instead of our. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now we can create our own component. Let's see. So if we create a label, custom label. So let's say custom label, because we will need this award. So if I create just a custom label, we'll use form label here, and we'll pass all the children. And then we can just use our custom label, put the text project name, and then we can just pass an attribute required, and if there is a required attribute, so here we can add types, props, and then children will be the React node and then required, and here we can get the children then required, and we just have to pass our label props. So if there is a required, we just add this one as well. So every single time now when you use this custom label and pass it as a required, it will add automatically this asterisk.
Asterisk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So we're ready with this thing. So once we click submit, you just need to do you think that we have to change this name, or string must
Yeah, I was
contain?
gonna say string for a regular customer is gonna be a bit
Yeah.
like what are they talking about?
So message is name is required.
Yeah.
Okay. And probably maximum value.
15? I don't know. Some people might have very detailed projects.
Like this.
Oh yeah. I mean 50 works, yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
So if it's profit trail, we just see our name. So we are ready with that. We can just make our button next. I guess it's just the next step, and we can make it to be
Route.
so margin left auto. Okay. So on this form, just display flex direction comb, and here we go. Okay. So in our form, just type flex call. Oops. And then on the button, how do you prefer, one table, like one big button, or no?
I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it?
But we have to make it consistency in our app everywhere we use.
Okay, then make it like a regular button.
Okay, then just we
The
add
auto
class
thing.
margin left auto. Here we are. Okay, so we can remove this step loader for now. We don't need it. Okay. So we
And
are
I think
gonna add
maybe
some
project
steps.
name, just make it bigger.
It's from my resolution. That's why I've seen it like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's normal. It's just a 14 pixels. That's a normal way of showing the labels. So when we click next, we will get the details, save it, and once we create the stripe component, then we can just use it. So here on this page, we can create our let's say form data, and set form data, and here we can add something like project name, empty string. So we can add on our form on submit method. So once everything's okay, we can just get the project name as a string and set it like here, like form data, and everything else like a project name. So in our component, we can just create a type project form props, and we will accept on submit function. So this will be just a project name like this. We'll pass it here as a props, so on submit, and here we can pass handle submit, and then just like this. So we can remove this logic. So here we can just add on submit values.name. So every single time when you click on next, we're gonna get this inside our main onboarding page. So from here, once everything is set up with Stripe, we can make a request to database just to save our data. So I believe if you want right now, we can do it now, and then we can add the second step, which is will be Stripe connect button. Then we will just change it. So for now, this is good. This is good. And this is good. So here on the onboarding page, so let's say when we will create one more state for stepping. So if the step is 0, we're gonna show the project form, and also let's just see on submit we will make this function, because on project submit, so we'll get these details and set the form data as well, and then set this step to the next one. And then on the second step, we'll just make a button for now, just a button that will says save into DB. Later we will remove this button or finish or something like that. So there will be one on click event that we need. So when you click this button on save to DB, okay, for now we just console walk the project so we can be sure that everything's okay. So we have to make it like client component, because we have the step use state, which is only on the client. You like component that needs only quant. Oh, error indeed. Just a typo. DAO content requires a title, so we have to pass a title. We will change it later with something more cool. Yeah. Okay, so once you type the project, so let's say profit rail, you are on the last step, and when you click save into DB, we are gonna see that the project name is 15. So let's just change this one to profit rail as a placeholder, because it was shot CN, and then we can make so now our logic to saving into the database. So this has to be a server thingy, because you don't want to expose your connection to Supabase on the browser. So typically you should create one action file which you can use server. So that means every single file from here is server component. So we can create a function that says save project or create project, and this will get the project name, and then we have to make try catch, so everything will be okay. We should console log at the error, which will just says we will just log in so we can see into the database and just throws a new error for the client. So here we can create our Supabase client, so which is await create Supabase, and here we can use just with the quirk one, so when user logged in and created it, it just automatically will allow them to insert a record. So from here, Supabase dot from, I believe, projects, insert, and then name. And I created that in user ID. So we need the user ID. I'm not sure, maybe they will add it automatically because of the function. If they not, I will get the user, but for now just leave it. And then there is a const error, so if there is an error we can just throw it here, just like this. So once you throw an error dot message, once you throw an error, the catch will catch it and probably console log it and retro it. Yeah, just to have the console log. Yeah, so I'm wondering how I can show this error to the user. I just see server form action shows error Next.js. Yeah, there is a one hook that we can use. Let's see. Form error SSR forms Next.js. Shots in. Let's see. Okay. Oh, there is a form action button. Nice. So if we pass to the button like form action, we can just pass our action from here, which will be create project. Yep, like this. And button should be from type, I believe. Wait a second. Next.js shotcn form actions. Let's just see how they use it like in real world. So we can create a form. And then pass it like this. Let's just see how to call server action with chat send form and shows the error on the client Next.js. Okay. Okay, so I need this one. So let's just create our form here and make it like this. It's form state. Oops. From React DOM, and then pass the action, which is create project. Okay. And the second one is the initial state. You have just name as empty string. Let's see how it's going. So there is two ways. The first one is with endpoint, but there is no need of creating an endpoints. So we can just create the, like here, the server component. Let's just see how it works first, because I'm not completely sure. Yeah, for action, you have an action. Yeah, okay. And then okay, so we can pass the action here, which will be create project, and this will get the form data. Time that don't want this one. Oh, so now what we have to do is actually, this is okay, this is okay, and it's okay. So here we can, where is our button? Yeah, it's here. Okay. And click on save to DB. So here we can just get error and await our function, pass the form name. So from here, if there is an error, we will just now console to work, but we will show to the user just in a second. So here in create project, instead of throwing an error, we can just console it log, so we can see it on the server in our debugging, and just return an error that says error creating project, let's say. Or wait a second, we can use it here and here. Okay, and then finally, if there is no, we will just return error no. So now do you understand the logic? We have a try, we try to insert the project. If there is an error from the database, we rethrow it so the cache can catch it. We console it to the server and return it back to the client component as a message.
Okay.
Yeah, if nothing's happened, here we just have to return error now. If there is no error, yeah. So here in the page, if there is an error, we are now console log. If there is no, we will just log successfully.
Perfect. Yeah.
So I will come here and throw an error first. And this is a throw test error. We'll just check it how it works. So in the template, if I click on save into DB, you're gonna see there is an error. Oops. But I didn't return as well. So if there is an error, I want to return to stop the functionality goes. So if I type profit trail and click next and save into DB, you're gonna see that there is an error and it console logged. Error creating from project.
Yeah.
So here we can show a toast component, which is, let's see how we can use toasts inside ShotCM. ShotCM toasts. Yeah, this one. So how we can, we can start like this. So once we start, oops. Toast is deprecated. Use the sonar one. Okay. Let's see where is this sonar. Here we go. So if we start it, okay, and then we have to put it inside in like a root layout on the top level, because they wanted to have an access to all this stuff. So here inside our team provider, we can just see from where it's imported from components. Okay, this is our toaster. So how we can use it? I believe toast.error. Yeah, toast.error, and then just pass the error as this. So now when we have an error and click on save it to DB and run my project, so here we are gonna have, come on, project name, so this should be required. Okay, so let's say profit trail. Once you click next, save to DB, and this should show as an error creating a project.
That is so neat.
Okay, so if there is like no errors, just but do you understand why we show the error here? Because this is the client component. We can't show error here from the server, because server it's not on the UI. That's why I have to return it, and then here I just have to.
You show it. Okay.
So
okay, because the server is gonna catch the error, but it can't show it, so it has to send it back to the client for the client to show it to the user.
Correct. Yeah. So if there is no error, we will just show project header successfully, and probably we're gonna redirect them to the dashboard or somewhere else in future. So we're gonna add to do here. So right now, in order this function to work, we have to create our projects table. So now we will need a new migration, which tells us create projects table. So I'm gonna copy the users table because it's similar, and paste it here. So we have a projects. So we have a user ID, which is unique. We will have one ID. which will be primary key. Is there a way to auto create it? Supabase Postgre auto generate primary key. Wait a second. Yeah. It's this ID like this one. Okay. So our ID will be from type UUID. And we need a function.
What's UUID?
This is the SQL type of ID. Unique.
Oh, okay.
Something identifier. Universal unique identifier. It's just a number, like a random string.
Yeah.
That's auto generated. Let's just see Supabase UUID. How to create it? Because I believe this function won't work, but let's see. So user ID is not now, and it's unique. No, it's not unique because we can have multiple rows with the same user ID, multiple projects. So project name, it's text, not now. Maximum, it's unique because, no, it's not unique because one user has a it's not unique. So wait a second, just to check something. So now what else? So created that, updated that, and probably that's
I think
minute
we're gonna.
max length was max length 50, right?
What for UIDs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How to give maximum length of his name. Oops. SQL Supabase. It's a varchar.
Varchar. I should have known.
It's 50. So yeah. I believe this is the type. Is there a function like this, or I have to implement it? We have to enable it. Okay. So enable extension. So once we can use this extension, and then let's just check in Google, because yeah, it's from the extensions. Okay. Okay, so we have a user ID, the name, and stuff like that. So we have already created this extension, so we don't need. So here, handle updated projects. We want to update that after every single update. Then to allow security, select projects, like this. Okay, so once I run this migration, it should create a projects table. User, what's, oh, there's no comma here. Okay, one more time. Yep, sup. So let's see, in our database, we should have projects, UUID, user ID, name of the project, created that and updated that. Awesome. So we have to check first if these users already have a project with this name, and if there is, we should throw an error, because one user can't have multiple like projects with same names. Okay, so in the code we can just first get the error and data. So await Supabase dot from projects, select all. You're gonna see we have selected data, but this is particularly per user because it's added inside the, because of the function for this one, because of the policy on every single select it will check for the current user, so we don't have to type it. Yeah, so if there is an error, we just wanted to throw the error, and if there is no error, but if there is data, we just have to return error. Projects already exist. Projects with this name, for example, is it cool for an error?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if that is that going to be used for them creating projects even later, or is it just for
onboard?
their first project?
I believe we can reuse it because it's a function to create a project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here is a error from, let's just see if there is a function that can gives us like insert and check it again, because I'm not sure. Maybe is there a function that I can insert or throw error if there is project that name? Oh, why it's already?
If you want to log in with one of the...
Yeah, I have to log in. Oh, okay, we can add a unique constraint, but there is no reason to make a request to database if there is no projects are unique per user. Okay. Just a second. Okay, we can do it like this. So we're gonna add the constraint that will check, because right now I can't edit this migration. We have already run it. So in future we can just add here a unique constraint. But now right now I have to add a new migration, which will be projects constraint. So I can create a constraint that tells is unique project per user. So that's gonna check with these two fields if there is equal result. So we're gonna add it, push it, and yep, there is a unique constraint of that. So right now if I remove this one and try to insert the same project name for this specific user, it will throw an error with a specific message that we can catch it. We're gonna see what we return, and then I can add some code. If the code is specific, then just returns an error to the user. So okay, we are ready to attack. So let's just try if this is gonna work or no. Okay, so here we can add profit trail. So if I click on next and save it to database, you're gonna see here in the request what's going on. So I'm gonna show you. So you can see it error creating a project. We're gonna see what's going on. So you're gonna see that it creates a post request to the onboarding. So you mean when you create an action, it creates under the hood a post request to this page. So instead of making an endpoint that everyone can access it, you can just create a function like this and it will use it as an endpoint. So let's see why it's triggering an error. Not found. What? It's not found? Error creating project. Okay, let's just console log it here. What's not found?
About message.
Oh. Okay, let's just see our database. Why it's not found? Oh, something with the permissions. Okay, let's just see what's going on. So I didn't pass the user ID in the here. Damn. Yep, I can get it like this. So OAuth is like from Quark, and just pass it like this. So I believe. Yeah. Just see. Okay, we're gonna put the bugger here, and we'll run our app inside the debugging mode. And here we're gonna see our token. Is it okay or no? Okay. Okay, so user ID is Nick. Let's see in our database. We have this my user. Okay, so here in Supabase, when we try to insert it, here it's gonna get the token of unable to retrieve source content. So here it's happening something inside this client. Yeah, so something happens here. Okay, let's just see. Yep. Okay, Quark Supabase integration. Let's just see. I have integrated this one and this one, I believe. Okay, let's just try to the full value here. Oh, we can add the full value here like this. So okay, let's remove the template just to see. Oh, here it is. The token is here. It's passed to the header, and then voila. I believe we have the project. Yep. Okay, so I just have to remove this from the. I will update the template, guys. Sorry about that.
Do you want me to make a note?
Yeah.
How would you describe it?
Change the Supabase client. Okay. So here on the action, everything's okay, and it's created. So let's test our logic with the error. So if I try to create again the same project name, let's just see, it's profit trail. I click on next, save into DB. This should throw an error that says it already exists. Yep, duplicate key. So the code is this one. So if you have error.code. We can just console error, and we can just throw an error like this. Okay. Okay, so let's see. If we try, the error should be, oops, sorry. So console.error and just return project already exists, like this. Okay, save into DB. Yep, project already exists. So how do I do project with that name already exists? Is it cool? What do you think
Project with
about the message to the user?
project with. Yeah.
Okay. So
it's fine.
once we click on save to database and have the same user ID, you're gonna see project with that name already exists as an error. Okay. So our project is here. It's created. This function is working. Project form is cool. Action is cool. Database migrations are cool. Okay, so for the next hour, for our next thing, I'm gonna add this inside the projects, and also we can add here the default to get automatically from the client, so we don't have to pass it every single time as like this. Okay, so I'm gonna stop the breaking points and run just normal project. Okay, so let's just see. I'm gonna commit these changes so I can get it. Okay. Okay, we can just return it here where we're starting project, creating. Okay. Okay. Steps are here, toaster here. You just have to install again the libraries because there are new libraries that I have installed. Sort, Sonera, form, dialog, and migrations. Okay. Add projects in onboarding flow. Okay, so now let's see in our to do. Create first screen of the onboarding flow. It's done. So our part is creating the Stripe integration. So do you have any questions about that or anything that you
No, the only
didn't
thing I was
understand?
thinking about is the only thing I was thinking about is if we would need to throw an error when making a project now, because like they're just making their account, they're not gonna have any other project. But if we're gonna be able to reuse that component, then like it's better for us to do it now, and then
Yeah,
later we don't have to worry about throwing another error.
Yeah,
That was
you're
the only
correct.
thing that was like, yeah.
But I just wanted to make it because I'm sure that we will have somewhere like a button create new project and we can just reuse the
Yeah,
same format with the
we use
same
the
action.
component.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really otherwise really good teacher, man. So far
Ha,
so good.
thank you. Let's see what's going on in the life. Is it running smooth or not?
Yeah, I have it open. Like compared to the test stream we did, this is way smoother. Uh,
Is there someone who
yeah,
watches? Oh, the cameras looks good and users have a way more. Okay.
yeah.
Zero watching, but we keep building.
Zero for my screen it says two.
It's just two because I'm just the
Oh.
one from my phone and you're the other one from your screen.
It's okay, it's for the future, it's for the future.
Yeah, for the future.
The people, this is
Okay.
gonna be so useful, honestly. I'm
I hope.
telling you.
Okay, so now
I
um,
think it's probably better to change the title though.
which title?
Um, of the live, we could maybe make it building a SaaS live or something like that. And maybe add some more hashtags in the descriptions.
How I can?
You,
It's this one. That
yeah,
is.
yeah, this one.
Um, there are tags here and below. I've had.
Oh, so I couldn't see them in the description of the thing. Put them as
Okay.
hashtags as well. It might help. I don't know.
Um,
Yeah,
SAS
definitely.
built in public. Uh, build Next.js. What else? How to build
React.
SAS.
Yeah.
Um, it's not a React thing.
Let's do React.js. Because if I was to search up for something, that's what I would do.
Okay, how to build React.js. Okay.
Um,
Microsoft. Um, save. What about the title?
do you maybe I don't know, building a SaaS live?
Like
It's
this?
funny how whenever someone was watching this, they'll be like, "I'm just trying to lock in. You guys are changing your titles." Yeah, building a SaaS live, but do the live in all capitals. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want
There you go.
to?
Now watch 1,000 viewers an hour later.
Oh, okay. Do you want to make a quick break?
It's up to you. If yeah, sure. I'll
Yeah,
take any break.
yeah.
Um,
Let's say until like 5 minutes. It's okay.
I mean, yeah, 5 minutes fine.
Okay.
Just gonna go get water.
See you.
Alright. See you.
Okay, we're back. Okay, let's go. So now, wow, are you ready?
Yup, yup.
Can you check if the stream is okay?
Yeah, have it playing. Uh, there is a small delay though, so give it like a few seconds.
Okay.
Mm. Have you switched it off the be right back screen?
Yeah.
No. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Cool. Just check my microphone. Yep, it's okay. Okay, so now we will need to create the second step, which will be connection of the Stripe. So once we get the transactions, we can save it into the database. So we can split here the work if you want. So you can make
Yep.
the transactions table, and I will
Yep.
try to make this Stripe functionality works. So once I get the payments, we can insert into the transactions. So what do we need? A name of the transaction? Do we need name? No. Why do we need name?
Transaction in terms of what? Them paying?
So we will get the payments, let's say the amount, type will be income or expense.
Oh,
So,
okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay, you mean
yeah.
for the inside the actual app?
Yeah.
Um,
So user ID, ID of the transaction, and do we need a name of the transaction?
type of transaction.
Type is here. Income or expense.
Oh, I'm watching the stream. It's delayed. 1 second.
Oh,
Sorry, I was looking at the stream. Type, user ID, amount. That's really it.
okay. We cannot name
If
if it's needed.
yeah.
Okay, so would you like to create a branch separate from main, so you can create a pull request and I can preview it? So you can create a migration similar to this one, and you can also create a constraint inside. Oh, we will not need a constraint. Try to make this user the default to get it from the ID.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just write that.
And also, yeah, the rules. And once you're ready, create a pull request, and I will run the migrations from my laptop once we see that everything's okay. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna check this Stripe how to create this one, but how we can do it? Do I need to explain? Yeah, probably, yeah. And you can just listen and work. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay. So now we have to find a way how to connect to our Stripe accounts. So there is a way with Stripe Connect, and that means when you log in with your Stripe account, we can get an access and get all your transactions. So you told me that you've created an account, right, with the email?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just see the password on my phone. Maybe it's gonna require a verification. No. So we will need to create a, there is a test, there is a sandbox, which is the development environment, so we're gonna use this one, but for now let's just skip over the things. So this is the Stripe. We have to copy and paste the keys. So here, so in the example, let's just get this one. So publishable key, and then the secret, just like this. Okay, and then where is the connect? So we have to find the connect here, so we can register our application. Yeah, it's here. So get started. I have never
Can you
done
hear
that
my
before.
mouse?
No,
Not my mouse, my keyboard
no,
clicking a lot. Okay.
no. I have never done this before. So I hope we can figure it out how, why nothing happens. Okay.
Can you do a commit to the
Oh,
repo?
didn't I? I did.
I don't know if you
It's in the
did.
main bash. Yeah.
Oh, if you did, okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let's just find how to get Stripe transactions for a different user. Come on. Oh. Okay. Okay, so now we have to find how we can log in with Stripe. How to make connect with Stripe button and allow users to log in Next.js. And Stripe SDK. Okay. So there are two ways to connect your Stripe account. So the one is via just a connect button, which will automatically get all the information about your account, and the second one is just to create a custom API token that you can put in our system, but that just will be like a different difficult scenario for the user. So that's why I've just decided to do it with this connect button. So I have to see how this is work because I have never do that before. So Stripe code 0 connect Next.js. Let's see how it works. Okay, so now we can create a inside our onboarding we can create a button. This will be step 2. So for the step 1 it should be button create your Stripe account. On Stripe account button click. So here you can just add an action which will be create Stripe account, and there will be a try catch. Okay, so here we have to create our Stripe client. So this will be create stripe. Wait a second to see my method. Yeah. So wow, just to show you this one. So we have to do the same like a Supabase but with a stripe. So in order to get the stripe client, we just have to pass our key and use this function get stripe client. So
Wait 1 second. I can't find the screen. I found it. Go on. Come again, sorry.
yeah, so here on the stripe, I have created a function get stripe client. We just load the stripe with our secret from the env folder and just return it.
Okay.
So from here, we have to type away stripe.ooauth.authorize URL. So in that way, they will return us the URL that we have to redirect the user to login in. So here, response type should be code. Scope, we want to read their transactions and to create a webhook for them, so every single time in future when they create a transaction, so we can get them like syncing with our system. So that's why we need both permissions, to read and to write. And then a redirect URL, so that means when they're ready, we should return them to our endpoint, which will be like just a page where we can get the token and create all this stuff. So in that meaning, just give me a second. So we will make an API component for that. Just 1 sec. So let's say in our API folder we can create a webhook for Stripe. We have already one, but for payment. So now this is for connect. So again we can create a route that will just get the correct one. So a post route, and here we can outlaw our logic inside it. I will find out what they will return to us. So that means redirect URL will be the next public app, then API, webhooks, Stripe, connect, and then let's see what else. Client ID. So we need to pass our client ID, which is a variable from where I can get it. Wait just a second. So client ID is from our connect settings. Okay, let's just find it. So Stripe, let's see, Darboard. OAuth, yep, test client ID. So here we can add something in the example like Stripe OAuth client ID. It will be inside our env, and then in the example will be add your Stripe OAuth client ID here. So if you had that, so here process.env dot, what was the name, Stripe OAuth client ID. Okay, this will be string always. Okay, and then return the URL to the client. Oh, this is not a promise. Okay, so const URL get Stripe login URL. Okay.
Do we have a development branch on the GitHub?
No, only main one.
Okay.
We will create development in future when we're ready.
I was thinking to make one now and then make a branch and that, and then once you review, you can just add it to it.
Oh, no, there is no need. You can just create a branch, like let's say transactions, and add your logic inside it and make a pull request to main, and I'm gonna see that. Okay. If there is an error, we will show that to the user. If there is no, we will just redirect the user to the page. This. Okay. Okay. So now we have to enable that OAuth, and then to add a redirect URL, which will be this one, and then API webhooks try, and then connect. Okay, that's our redirect URL. So I have to run my API run it. So I have to add a breakpoint here so I can see what's going on, and then right. Okay. So test as a project name, and there is connect your Stripe. So when I click it, I should get my Stripe client, and then I get a URL. So once I have this URL, and I will be redirected to a specific page. Invalid redirect URL. Oh, okay. So probably my variable is different. Next public base URL, yep. And should be the one. So if I return back test and connect it, okay. Oops. There are 2 slashes, so here I have to remove this one. Test it again. So I type test as a project and connect my Stripe account. I have redirected to the Stripe login page, Probably. Let's see. Yep. Here we are. So okay. Partner with Profit Trail. So when I click next, Val, do you have this verification code?
Where is it coming from? The phone?
From Stripe, yeah. I mean, did you connect your Stripe account with your phone?
Nah, I think it might be connected to
Okay. I am gonna do that.
the email.
Okay, let's see. Authenticator. Okay. So we have to change that because someone can see this QR code. Okay. So I'm gonna enter the code. Okay. We don't need this one, don't worry. So I'm back to where? I have to fill in the
If you want,
date.
just cover the screen for this one now.
Okay, I'm gonna put your details here.
Yeah.
But listen, we can do something else. Can you open our Stripe and put some details about our business? So here, when you click on new business sandbox, there are settings, and here there are business settings. Can you put and finish this project?
Yeah.
So I can, because right now what's going on, we have a connect account that all of the people will connect with our app as an app, and then I'm trying to add our Stripe payments account so we can connect like a external one. So I need a way to fill in
Wait, you want me to do it?
to fill all of these details in our Stripe account.
Business type.
Yeah.
Is it in payments?
It's inside here, new business sandbox, and then settings, and here in business details, you can set it up. Yeah, you can see here complete your profile. Yeah, because when I sign in, there will be already all of this stuff. So I'm gonna return back to our app. Let's see. I'm gonna waiting. I can do something else. I can. Yeah, we will have to create a new as well, at least 2 Stripe accounts we can test with different accounts. So after we are ready with this implementation, you're gonna create a Stripe account with your personal email, like val@profittrail.com, so you can create your account here as well. I'm gonna see the live if it's okay.
By the way, I did the pull request.
Oh, I'm gonna check. So let's open the GitHub. So in Profit Trail, you said that okay. Let's see. So log. Oh, but you have installed packages with npm. You should install it with bun. That's why I've created this one.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Delete it from the file system.
No, but I'm pretty sure. Do you know why?
Mm.
Because I did download Bun and I have used it.
Oh, okay.
But no, wait, hold on. Wait, let me have a look. I don't think I used npm today. I've only been using Bun.
But it says package JSON. This file couldn't exist if you run bun.
Uh,
You can delete from your system and type bun install, because here there is a difference, but there are no
Oh
different
yeah,
packages.
I did press npm.
Yeah. So let's see. Um, we don't need to enable this UUID because we have done that in the previous extension,
Oh,
in the previous migration. So it's only one time.
okay, Bun.
So transaction ID, okay, amazing. Can you find this with the user ID that I told you to put our ID? And also for primary key, just put it like here. Like you can check the projects script, because if you see the projects, primary here is this one. Oh, I forgot to add primary key here. So
Yeah.
yeah, I will add it in a different transaction. Yeah, it's not marked as a primary key. Okay, you can type it like this in the same row. And also this is okay, transaction type is okay, amount okay, and user ID, try to make it to get it automatically from wait a second to see how it is, like this one. See, I talk in Bulgarian. Okay, so a user ID, then text not no default, and then you have to put this one. So it's gonna get
Auto
the
sub. Okay.
it's gonna get the value from the authorized user.
Oh, what's going on? My screen's frozen. Great.
Okay, other parts are good about policies.
Um,
Can you first put the Stripe business details so I can continue implementing that?
so text. Default.
Wow. Did you fill the Stripe details? Wow, do you hear me? Man? Wow. Wow, do you hear me?
I think you're muted, sir. I don't know if you're speaking.
You don't hear me, I believe.
I don't know. Have I just turned you down? Maybe I've turned you down. I don't know.
Now?
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh. I am talking so much. So, can you first fill the Stripe business details so I can use it, and then you
Oh
can
yeah.
continue with the migration?
Yeah. Wait, let me find where did that even open it? I think it was under this window. Where did I put it? I found it. Okay. Uh, what is it? Is it Profit Trail or Profit Tail? Oh, told me. Oh, name.
Profit Trail.
Trail, right? Yeah. Two, four, eight.
Okay, I'm gonna check um, how I get the code from the OAuth. Okay, when I logged in,
I check your Instagram account.
mine. Why?
Yeah. Just have a look.
Why I have to check it? Okay. Um. Oh.
Let me not leak my card details on stream. 1 second. I think we're already getting paid, you know. Like if they're asking for my card.
Are you ready with this Stripe?
I'm just putting in bank details now.
Come on.
I think I should have done this before, you know. I'm
Yeah.
slowing you down now. Oh, what the?
Okay. Next.js connect. Oh, come on. My brother was blaming Var while he was not talking.
We did, why not talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Gee, how many things do these guys want? What's going on here? All right, automate tax collection.
Okay.
Huh?
We're,
What taxes? What are you talking about?
so we're gonna get the error. There is an error. Okay. So we're gonna get. Okay, and then we're gonna get the body. So let's gonna see what's inside this body. We should probably have the key so we can.
They want my business website. I ain't got one yet. I just put the domain. I'll just put the domain.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Are you ready?
Oh, I think we made some money. Oh, never mind.
So when I click
You're
on the
now
key,
in your live account.
what? No, we don't need live. We need a test.
I don't know. It's giving me a live account. Skip for now. Okay. Well, the account is ready. Sandbox.
Wait, I'm gonna log in to see what's going on. So we need just the sandbox one. Yeah, this one. Oh, you created two. We need just to edit the sandbox, not to create a new one. Yeah, you should fill these sandbox details, not the real one.
No, but that's what I clicked on. And then I clicked on, I think yeah, it was business and then business details.
Okay, let's just try with this. So we have to log in with this account. Okay. Okay, great. But see, it's not.
Let me switch to the screen. Go back. How did you get to this screen?
I just. It's from the integration.
Maybe it hasn't updated.
Oh. Like. You're using test account. Okay, I'm gonna skip this form. It doesn't matter. It's just a. Okay, so here it's gonna say API slash. Oh, it should be get endpoint. Okay, awesome. So on the get endpoint, let's get. So if I refresh the page, okay, there is an error. Okay, the code is from the query parameters. How can I get it? Inside API. So if I get the query parameters, yep. So this will be the code. So once we log in, Stripe returns as a code, and you have to create a session with that code. So and when we get the code, we have to get the Stripe token. So here we can create our client Stripe, get Stripe client, and then on the Stripe OAuth.token.
That is so funny.
And then just okay. So the grant type will be authorization code, we have to pass the return code. Okay. So if there are no code, we should return missing code. Okay. In here we can just also work the token. Okay, so let's see. When I logged in and refresh the page, I have the code. Okay, so I'm gonna exchange it for token. So this is, oh, I forgot to await it. It's a promise. So let's just try again. Come on. Okay, so here on the token. Okay, man, we have the token. So I'm gonna explain you how this is work. So you use the connect button, and we can make we made a authorized URL. So basically you tell them, hey, we're logging in, and once you're logging in, return the code that we need to this endpoint. So on this endpoint, we are looking for the code, getting the code, and getting the token. So what does it mean, token? When you logging in with OAuth 0, Dev exchange you and gives you an access token. So that means now you can create a request to Stripe with this access token. And what does that mean? Once you log it in Profit Trail, let's say you are a client, you are connecting your Stripe account, and we get that token and make a request to the Stripe. So that means when we make a request to Stripe, with your token, the Stripe gives you details to your account because it connects the token to your user. So we can see in exchange of this code, we can get a token. So with this token, every single one can have access to your account. So we have to save this token in our database. So in future, when we want to get their data, we can get the token. But that's information that has to be encrypted. So once we've created our database table for the Stripe connections, we can encrypt this access token and put it in the database, because we will need in future to create webhooks or something like that. So right now I'm gonna show you what we can do. So we will get the client Stripe, no, user, logged user Stripe. So what we do is we will create a Stripe, and we will use access token for that. So you can see API key, how we have to connect that Stripe account with this access token. So let's just see how. Okay. Let's just see. Okay. So now let's say we're gonna get all the transactions. So stripe dot payments probably. Okay, we have to get their charges. So charges dot list. So we have to make here more requests because it will actually get all their charges. So here in list we wanna, let's say, limit only 50 just to check it, and then we have to pass the account, Stripe account, so we will get it from the token Stripe account user. So we are gonna see now all of the transactions for our account. So let's say, but we don't have one. I'm gonna create one just in a second. Okay, so once I connect again to my Stripe, oops, oh, this code is used already, so I have to log in again. Okay. Okay, so once I'm going to onboarding flow and type project name and connect to my Stripe account. Okay, I'm gonna get the code, the token, and then I can get all my transactions. So my transactions are empty because I don't have. Okay, so let's just something wow. So in order to get different transactions, I'm gonna open, this is our testing account. So here on payments, I'm gonna add some products to our database. I don't know database, but we'll make a payments in our Stripe account. So just thinking of how we can do that. Okay. Okay, so if we look like we can create our payments inside our app, so we can subscribe it to the payments here, and then when we have a transactions, we can just get them, or we can just make something like here. So let's say transactions create payment. So let's say it will be a subscription. So someone, let's say, so a product, this will be, yeah, it will be easier if we do that. So if you want, I've created this onboarding flow, but we need transactions because it's empty right now. So if we want, we can make a bigger break just to get lunch, and once we return, we will connect our Stripe payments with our subscriptions, so we can make payments, and then we can get over the transactions. Do you believe that's a good plan?
I think it's a great plan. Can you check? I'm gonna make a commit to the branch.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Just check if something is gonna break.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'll do it now. 1 second.
Okay.
I'll just call it second commit.
Okay. You have something like this,
Yeah.
and you've deleted package JSON, not package. Return this one because this is all of our libraries.
I installed it with the bun one.
Yeah, but this is a
Sorry,
list of all
big
our
mistake.
yeah.
Big mistake happened.
I'm gonna check all the other stuff. So transaction, put it like only ID, because all of our other tables have just ID instead of transaction
I can't
ID.
see the screen.
Yeah, just
Oh,
put
just
ID.
ID. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
User ID is okay. Okay, these are okay. The updated one is okay. And policies are just you can return this file, remove the index, and then and remove these extensions because we already have it.
Which ones?
The first one line you can remove it because we
Okay.
already have it.
I'll delete that. Cool. Okay, cool. Should we go on the break?
Can you commit so we can check it before that?
Send me that transaction SQL file.
Why? You have it.
Because I went back to the other branch and hard reset it. So I can get the initial repo. Appreciate you, dog. Right.
So I don't know if there are any viewers or someone just enter our, like my brother, you, I don't know.
Did you send the whole thing?
Yeah. Let's just check again. That's the file. Yeah.
Or maybe it's got a character limit. Send on Discord.
You can just download it by yourself, like from the GitHub. I'm gonna send you the commit and the file.
Oh yeah, you can do that anyway.
Yeah.
Because when I opened GitHub, I couldn't grab it. Too many windows open.
Where is it? Here, it's the link. Oops, sorry, not this one. This one.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Just do a new migration and
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna prepare the PWrite back window with the text. Lunch break back at until 1 a.m. 1 p.m. UK time, right? Oh, then 12 UK. Okay. So are you ready with that?
I'm just typing up the changes. Transaction.
You just have
Remove
to
that.
rename this ID. Remove the extension.
Server.ts we don't need, right? And
Remove.
then in okay, that should be it. Am I supposed to have a bunlock B file? I don't know where the hell this came from.
Did you install the packages?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of that.
Do you want me to delete it or not?
No, you can leave it.
Okay. Someone keeps on ringing my phone. What's going on? Please move or remove before you switch branches. What? It wants me to move it or remove it before I switch branches to commit it onto the transaction branch.
If you want, you can make a new branch and we will delete this one.
Okay. There you go. Let me see.
Are you ready?
Yes, I did it in another branch. It's called
Oh,
transactions, so we can delete that one.
okay, you can delete the other one. Let's just see this one. What are you doing, man? You've
Oh,
deleted files. Why
what
do
did I
you
delete?
delete? Why do you delete this one?
Oh, wait, I can't see the screen. Bruh.
You've deleted this file.
Was it in the migrations?
No, it's not in the migrations. It's
It's
outside of it.
outside of migrations. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, coming again.
So user ID, okay, everything's good. I just delete this server file, and I'm gonna
Yeah, I uploaded it back up. Oh, it should be coming.
stash these files, so we can
Mm-hmm.
meet your pull request. Okay. Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna approve that. I'm gonna merge it. And I'm gonna pull all the changes. Yep, here it is. So what I'm gonna do, stop the project and we'll run the new migration. See. Okay, yes. Oops, there is a comma somewhere. Here, I'm gonna delete it, just to let you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, because I removed the primary key. I should have deleted it.
And here, oh, why it's like this? Where is the?
What?
You leave it like this. It's not supposed to be like
No, it
this.
should have been an arrow. It should have been an arrow with a thing.
Wait
And
a
then
second.
sub. it's do dash bigger than, and then in 2 commas.
Okay, just to see.
Look sub. Yeah, there. No, go back. There.
No, it's inside the table one. Here, like this.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just give one more try. Okay, here we. Let's see. Transactions are here. Primary key. Oh, and one more thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the primary key to my table because I forgot. New add primary key to project. So alter table. We're gonna alter the table and add primary key ID. Let's just run it. Okay, we have primary key on the table as well, on the projects. Okay, man, we are ready. So after lunch break, we are gonna review and I'm gonna show you how we can add Stripe payments to our app. So we're gonna subscribe to our app so we can get them after that, the transactions. Okay?
Okay. Yep.
Okay, if you want 30 minutes, so then be right back at 12:10 UK. Okay, see you, brother. We're back, guys. I will change my microphone because I heard the laptop fan instead of me on the live. So I hope that you can hear now better. I'm gonna ask my brother to check. And I'm just gonna check if we're live. And if everything's okay, we'll continue our implementation. Okay, I believe we're live. Okay. So just to explain what I've built right now. So we've added our development environments, the database, the authentication. We've covered all our project template, and we've started to creating our onboard flow, creating of the project, and creating of the Stripe Connect. So right now we will continue to work on our Stripe integration, but first we need some payments in specific Stripe account. So that's why I will show Val and you as well how you can add payments to your app and connect it with Stripe so you can receive and make money. So I'm gonna first push our database changes. And then I'm gonna show you our basic pricing page. So let's see just the home, and you're gonna see that we have a pricing section, which is I'm gonna explain what's going on this page. So when I run my project, you're gonna see that and open the homepage, you're gonna see that we have just a pricing section, but actually nothing's inside it. So there are just monthly and annual, and there are no pricing cards. So I've made integration with Stripe. So you can see this is a server-side component. This has to be for sure server because it makes a request to Stripe to get all of your payments. Plans, sorry. So once you open this get Stripe plans, what is actually happening inside is we get our client, we have made a call to get all of our active products, and then we get the prices for every single product. So right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open our products and I'm gonna create two different plans. So the first one will be, let's say, basic. Just to check something. So I have a specific enum that it has to be. So okay, so we need a name and a description. So let's say this will be the basic one, and this will be a description, what we can add as a description. Perfect for or starter. Perfect for SaaS owners with less than 3 projects, because we are gonna do 3 different plans. So the first one will be like below 3, then below 10, and then more than 10 plans. So let's say this will be recurring. We've put a $9 price. So here on more pricing options, it has to be monthly, and then anything else, we can make like we have to add a metadata here as well because we need this one. So just to check you what's inside this one. So we have a subscription plan. So the subscription plan is these four elements. So basic, advanced, and pro. So right now I'm gonna do subscription plan, which is basic. I'm gonna explain you in details what every single field is do. So this will be our basic subscription. So for features, let's say two different features. Track your incomes, export your invoices. We will change that later. So once I have added a product, you're gonna see that there is only one pricing, so we can add one more pricing for the yearly plan. So that's gonna be the yearly plan, and it can be what was the price? Do you remember, Val?
For the yearlies,
Yeah,
I should be able to pull it up.
it's hard to
I
see
think it
you.
was 90.
It's so dark. I'm not sure if they see you. Yeah,
Can
it's
you hear
okay.
me?
Yeah, okay.
I think the price was 90. I will change the light now.
90. Okay. Okay. So it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So that's gonna be our price, our early price. So if I refresh this page, you're gonna see something right now. So you're gonna see that there should be like a plan for that. Just give me a second. So when we open this one and set a breakpoint here, we're gonna see what's going on and why there are no plans. Route is empty. Okay, maybe it's not active. Okay, it's active. Bro, there are 10 people in live. What? So cool.
It's all bots. It's all bots.
Oh,
I'm joking. I don't know if they are.
so cool. Okay, so what we are going to check right now is why there are no products inside our Stripe client. So probably my inv keys are wrong. So if I see my keys and just refresh the page, so this is our sandbox. So the publish key. We have a comment. I ain't a bot. Cool. So if we put our key and then our secret, we have to see. Yeah, they are different. That's why we didn't see our items. So right now, if I refresh the page and go back to, yep, we have the one product. So you're gonna see that there is a description, the ID of the product, the price ID, and different metadata. So if I click on continue, that will map my functionality and will show all of the plans pages directly to our pricing form. So if I click on annual, it will show our like yearly plan. So you see that the monthly is per month is different, and there are like a different price that is built as a year. And we added a batch for the discount. So I'm gonna add one more so we can create different plans and to see if everything's okay. So let's say I'm gonna add a new plan that is advanced, perfect for SaaS owners with less than 10 projects. So there is a recurring, and let's say this is gonna be $19, and there is also a metadata which is subscription plan advanced. So with this metadata, we will track when the user buy a specific plan, we will get this metadata and we'll put the user subscription inside our database. So we're gonna see that we have 2 users in our database, which is free. And right now, when you sign into when you buy a specific plan, you're gonna see that this database value will be updated. So we will create this one. So for futures, there will be up to 10 projects. We can edit this one later. So that's gonna be our second one. So if we add again a pricing, like a yearly period, so this, let's say 190, because I'm not sure. So there is one more plan. So if I refresh the page, I have to see here 2 plans. So you're gonna see when we create a request, there are 2 plans, then the prices are getting, and then it's returned to the component. So then I'm adding some mapping, store them, and then just show them here, the components. So you're gonna see that now there are 2 different projects. If I click on the yearly, you're gonna see that there are 2 different cards with different values for the as an amount. So okay, so the next thing, I believe the quality is good. Yeah, my brother said the sound is good. Okay, awesome. So right now, how we can test that when I make a payment, it will reflect my database. So right now, on every single card, there is a button to make to redirect you to the register page, because this is a free trial. So once we've registered to our app, I'm gonna create a billing page where I'm gonna add just I'll add these cards and we'll make something different. So now we have this section right here with all of the payments.
Mm-hmm.
So we can, instead of making redirect to the home page, to actually make a payment, because I'm not sure how we're going to do that. Like, I mean, probably we will have somewhere like a billing page where users can buy it, because here you can just allow them to register, but we can use the same components. We will figure it out when times come. So just for now, I'm gonna add buttons here, and instead of register, to actually make a payment. So right now I'm gonna say buy now or join now, and here we're just doing something different. So instead of this one, we can do just a new button, which will be buy now, and we can add a click button on click event with just buying this thing. So on click on plan, so we're gonna call this function on buy, on click buy now, and we will pass the current one. So here on this page, I'm gonna pass the pricing. Just a second. Okay, the plan is okay. So right now we will initiate a payment. So I have created for you guys a function that says create user checkout session. It actually create a session with this specific URL. So here you can put your own success payment page. We will use for now, let's say, dashboard. So when a user pay, it will be redirected to this page. So right now we are going to use dashboard page. So we are going to create the Stripe client, and we will create a session. So we need two things: the price ID and the subscription plan. So it's from product. Okay, so there is a specific thing that we have to pass for this session. So the first parameter is all the payment types that you're going to collect. So we will add just cards because it's the easiest way on the planet that you can pay for something. Then you can pass mode. So here you can pass subscription or one-time payment. The next one is you have to pass the user who initiate this payment, because as you know, when they pay, we will wait for a callback on our webhook endpoint. So we will use that client reference ID so we can know who actually pays and who bought our product. The next parameter is just to pass the email so it can disable it automatically. The next parameter is to catch their address because we need this for invoices. Then tax ID collection and automatic tax is really good to enable it because that will allow business owners to buy from your product. I will show you what these two fields do in actually the payment page. It will add a field that business can add their tax ID. So basically they can get this invoice and put it as an expense. So it's really crucial to have these two tags because especially if your clients are business owners. So then we will want to pass the product, but specifically the price, because we have one product with two prices, monthly and yearly subscription. And then we just pass the metadata, which is like a subscription plan for the product. And then a success and cancel URL if you want to have different URLs, one for failed payments and one for success payments. So for example, if there is a success payment, we can show them an animation and tells them, thank you for your payment. and convert it to the onboard flow. And on the cancel, you can show the an error page and tells them to try again. So if everything's good and create a session, it gives a URL, and actually when the URL is returned, you can just redirect the user to that page. So what I'm gonna do now is URL. So I will create user session checkout page. So once I've created, I have to pass user. Yeah.
Cycle.
Yep.
There's a little pop-up on top of my camera.
Oh, now.
Yeah. No, it's fine now.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Apologies
So
for the technical difficulties.
um, so we have this async. So we have to pass the user data first. So the ID. Oops. I have refreshed the page and my debugger is hit. So we can get our user info from here. So let's say use user. So that's gonna be, but that's not the right place we can do that because this pricing page is public. So probably I will move this to a different place. Let's just change it. Okay. Okay, I will return this one and we'll do something different. Okay. So we need these things. Okay, awesome. So we will leave these plans, but we will do something else. So I'm gonna create a billing page and you will render them here as well. So let's say the pricing points, so we can use them as well. Pricing points and fix the import. Okay, and here we have to pass the plans, so we can just copy and paste this one. And I have actually a better idea. So we can export these plans into this function. So when the prices are ready, we can just format them. Okay, so we can return the products with prices and just map these items. So this can be our plans, and we can add a plan type here and then return these plans. So they will be like splitted and all this stuff and mapped. So if I get pricing plans, yep. Uh, okay. Okay, so right now in this section, we can actually pass this type once. So if we refresh the page, we're gonna see them again. Everything's okay. So right now what we are gonna do is we'll add a billing page. So when user sign in to our platform to actually be able to subscribe to our app. So you're gonna see that there is a pricing plan. So we will use this component in our billing page and we'll do the same here. So we can get the plans, so Stripe plans, and we will get Stripe plans. Okay. Here you can pass the plans to Stripe. So one thing that we can do right now is we can pass as a child the button that we want, because the one has to be like just to redirect them to the register page. You don't want someone to buy your product without just test it. So this will be just a button, and it will be buy now, and like this, and we can bet on by, can make the function by now, and then pass it directly to our button component. So this button is from, oh, that's not gonna work, because on click events only works on client components, and this is a server function, so that this will throw us an error. So we have to find a different way. So this is the section. Okay. So we can make two, like a parameter type. This one will be, let's say, registration. This one could be like billing, and the first one can be just with a type registration. So we can add up to our plans like a type, which will be billing or registration. And so then the depends on the button, we will add different actions. So if the type is equal to registration, we can show the register button, and if the type is equal to billing, we will show them the billing page. Okay. So here we can add an on-click event that says on by now, on by, on by plan, and here we can pass the plan. So this button should be buy now or subscribe now. Okay, so on subscribe, so we can make our function right here. It could be on subscribe, pass the plan, and then we get the URL, payment URL. So a way to create user checkout session. So here we can pass the user, so we can get the user ID, use user, just think more. The user can be no, yeah. So if it's a like a, if there is no user, just use them found and show them an error. Okay. So if there is user, we will pass the ID as user.id and then the email address, which will be user.email addresses. The first one is the main one. So the next parameter will be mode subscription because we will have subscriptions. And the last parameter will be the product. So we have to pass the selected price ID and then the price ID and subscription plan is actually from the product. Yep.
Oh, Sash, check messages.
What?
Check messages. I think we got a thing.
Which message?
iMessages. I think the mod wants to tell you something.
Oh, we have 7 guys in live. Whoa, that's awesome, guys.
And
So,
we
guys,
have
I just wanna ask you. We wanna ask you. Do you have any particular questions that you wanna learn about our Stripe integration right now, or as a whole, how like something related to SaaS building, specifically with Next.js? You're gonna see that when we stop this live, we're gonna see all of our instructions that we've added in the template in this video. But I'm just want to ask you, do you have something particular that you can ask, that you want to ask, so I can try to explain you some.
also the template we're using is in the description, and it's
Yeah.
free of use for the time while we're live for the next
Mm.
few days. So feel free to download it and use it for your applications too.
Yeah.
Also, I think we have the same issue on the camera. I don't know what's happening with that camera.
Yeah. Again? Wait.
Yeah.
Don't show me this again. Okay. I believe now it's good. Well, I don't see any comments, but maybe there is a delay with the live. So if you guys have
Yeah.
anything, just you can ask us what we're trying to achieve. If you have any particular question about how you can build your own SaaS, we will try to explain everything. Okay,
Okay, back to the program.
back to the program. So this is our function that we can create our payment. So this is the subscription mode, and when this pass, it will give us a payment URL, and then we have to redirect our user to the payment URL, if there is any, of course. So here cannot something like this. Okay. Okay, so on subscribe, it's like we have to pass the choose price ID. So basically we have a couple of prices. So monthly price, current price ID. Okay, so this is the price ID, the selected one. So the first parameter is price ID, and the second one is the subscription plan, which will be plan dot I believe it's inside metadata, so we should get this one. Yep. So subscription Okay, it's not in home. It's here. Okay, so I'm gonna add it in our plan. So here there is subscription plan. Yep. So once we pass the plan to our onSubscribe method, you're gonna see that it's gonna create our session. I'm gonna put breakpoints on every single place so I can show you what's going on inside this. So we have a pricing plan which is type registration, and once we log in, we're gonna see again the same pricing cards, but with different actions. So this one is just a register you're gonna see. So I have logged in. So if I go to billing page, you're gonna see that there is a it's not billing dash. Okay, this is inside dashboard page. Okay, so we will change that, but for now, just for the payments, show you how it works. So you're gonna see that there are two cards on this page, and I'm gonna add section that will show them like in the middle of the page. Okay, now it's ready. So yep, we have our plan. So if you want to subscribe now, you're gonna see that the button is different. So if I click here on this subscribe now, you're gonna see that's the server action. It happens on the server. It has to be on the server because it's more secure, and these keys won't be visible on the UI. So we will create a session, and you're gonna see we've passed the user, the email of the user, the ID of the user, the mode, which is subscription, and the product we've selected. So subscription one is missing from product. So let's see why. This is payment. Subscription one. It's probably something here. So let's just see why. If I refresh the page, and we see the products. So there is a metadata. Oh, the name is subscription plan. Okay, so like this. Okay, so if we try to refresh again, see the plans, they have, yep, subscription plan. Cool. So right now, if I click on subscribe now, everything should be here. Okay, it's missing again. So let's see why. So let's console log our plans. Come on. Okay. Okay. So there's subscription plan. I've passed it. So here on this page, it's actually inside it. On subscribe, it should be here. Price ID, subscription plan. So let's see why it's missing. There is a page. Click on subscribe now. It's undefined. Okay. One. Inside the plan. Subscription plan. Why it's different? What the? Do you see any mistake?
Mm. Let me see the code.
I've passed the class. There is a subscription plan for every single. Oh, wait. First one have, but the first one doesn't have. So probably it's in our setup. So here on the basic pages, inside the metadata, here, subscription plan. Okay, the cool part of debugging. Let's try again. So we have to, yep, subscription point is here. So if I click subscribe now, and the product have the subscription, okay, good. So we will receive a session URL. So you're gonna see, you must set an account or business name at, or we should set up our Stripe. Okay, profile. Business? Yeah, we don't have account name. So profit trail. Okay. Can we try again? Yep, we have it. So
There you
we
go.
have been redirected to the Stripe page. You're gonna see that's the email of the user I have been logged in. So do you see that checkbox?
Mm-hmm.
It's about the tax
The
ID
tax.
and the
Yeah.
automatic tax, yeah. So the line item is the selected product. You can see that this is the basic and the $9 per month. And then the description and the name. And if we subscribe with a specific thing, but before that, I'm gonna explain you how this is work. So you remember the webhook thing?
Mm-hmm.
So browser redirects to Stripe.
Mm-hmm.
So user pays in Stripe, so they handle all of the payments, they handle all of the cards. And when they pay,
Yeah.
depends on successfully or not successfully, they return us to a specific page,
Yeah.
which is like this. So first, this diagram is a little bit different. So Stripe depends on the payment, returns
Mm.
to the browser. So depends on the payment, they can be to fail URL or to success URL. So if you pass success URL, it's gonna be redirected to this success page. So we can show them like a good message. Thank you for your payment. I really appreciate that. Enjoy our app. And if they cancel or there's some error in their payment, they will be redirected to this cancel page.
Mm-hmm.
So once everything's okay, then they will be redirected to the success page, and the Stripe server will here in the Stripe, server will send a call to our server, which will be like a webhook, and they will say, hey, you have a new payment. Here is the data about this payment. You can do whatever you want with your data.
Hmm.
So right now I'm gonna show you. I've created in the template. So guys, you can use this functionality as well. It's ready to use. So in the webhooks, I've created a Stripe route, which is
I'm gonna put the link from the template in the chat just so
okay.
it's easier for them to find as well.
Okay, amazing. Um, so here you can see we have created our Stripe client, and then we have to get the signature as well and pass this function to the webhook function from Stripe. In that way, they will check if everything's okay, and if this request code is coming from Stripe, because this endpoint is public and I can open my Postman and make a request to our app. So it's not secure if you don't have this check. So if you have this check, you're gonna see I can choose different uh, event types. So the checkout session completed is only when you have a payment for the first time. So if a user comes, buys your product, it will send you this event. If the users open then and later point and updated their subscription, they will receive this event type. So you have to handle the subscription updated. And if at some point they don't want to use your software uh, and cancel their subscription, there will be this event, which is customer subscription deleted. So you can handle this subscription as well. So I'm gonna put here a breakpoint, and first I'm gonna show you how you can set up your Stripe account. So first, if you open your Stripe, before I do the payment, I'm gonna open the developers mode and I'm gonna turn on like a webhooks page. So here you can start using it. So you're gonna see you can add a destination. So here, Val, we have to select these event types that you wanna track. So
Hmm.
the first one is checkout session completed. The second one is subscription updated. Subscription updated. And then the last one is customer subscription deleted. So once we select these three events and click on continue, we have to add our endpoint. So I'm gonna add my base URL, which is this one, the URL of my app. So this in production will be some different. And then I have to add API, webhooks, and then Stripe, because that's the folder structure in my app. API, webhooks, Stripe. So they will put these events here and we call our API. So I'm gonna create a destination, and you're gonna see that there is a sign-in secret. You have to copy it. How can I copy it? View and copy. And you have to open your env file and put it here in the Stripe webhook secret.
Mm.
So once you do that, in this endpoint, Stripe can verify that this webhook secret is coming from your account. So right now you can see logs and all of this stuff. So we can see someone is actually on the session page right now, which is me. So you can see the user ID. So and you can see the subscription point in the metadata, which is basic. That's the information that we've put in our request. So here, where is the file? In the billing. So you can see the metadata is here and the client reference ID is here. So you can see them, and also the email is passed in the request. So if I go and subscribe to this plan, so Stripe gives you a way to test the functionality if you use this card number 424242, that means your transaction will pass. So here it doesn't matter what you've had, just to be a valid date. If you put your name on the card and put an address which says 4000. So if I buy the product and pays it, I'm going to be redirected to the sign screen, and when they process the payment, they will send us a request inside the webhooks. I'm going to show you right now. So here you can see I received a call from Stripe. So if I go down, you're going to see the body. There is a specific body that we have to pass to this event, and the signature, and this our secret that we've put inside our env. So then it will validate this call, and you're going to see the event details. So you're going to see the event ID, which is from type checkout session completed. That means the first time payment. So we will enter this switch case, and we have to handle our subscription created. So if I click a breakpoint here, you're gonna see I'm here, and this is the session from Stripe. So you're gonna see all of the details about this payment, the address, the customer email, the customer ID, and all of this stuff. So what we need is, if I open this function, you're gonna see we need the So we need the subscription plan, because we have to know which plan we have subscribed on. This is for the metadata that we have added. And then if we go down, you're gonna see we have to create again a Supabase client. But now you can see here we use with the service key, because this is on the server and it's on public endpoint, so you don't know who the user is. So the next function is actually to update our users table with the new plan and the Stripe customer ID. So in future we will know when someone changed their payment, so we can know to which user is this operation. So here you're gonna see our user inside database. It just has a free plan and there is no subscription ID. So if I go back, if I update our plan, you're gonna see that it's gonna update our plan and there is no error, and the data is just updated user. So if I press go, you're gonna see that right now in the database, if I refresh the database, we'll have a user which has this basic ID subscription and the Stripe customer ID. So you're gonna see now I've been redirected to the dashboard success URL. Yeah, so there is one more cool feature inside Stripe. So it says billing portal, customer portal. So once we have let's say a subscription, we don't want to show them pricing plans, but we want to show the billing portal. So let's say here we can get the billing URL. So that will be our pricing plans. Let's just think more. So billing, yeah, let's just put a customer portal here component. So we will have just a customer portal button, which will be actually just a normal button from ShotCN, and open my customer portal. Something like this. We will figure out how we can do it in the design. So here, when you click on that, we are gonna use a very specific function from Stripe, which is get just a second to check it, the name. You guys can use it as well, it's in the template. It's create user billing portal. So what does that mean? Is creating a portal, so you can put here the return URL. I'll just fill like the dashboard, and just add the specific customer and the URL. So you know that we have saved this customer inside our database. So that's why I have to put it inside the billing portal. So the Stripe can know for which user is this billing portal. So if we get this billing, what was the name of the function? Create user billing portal. Yep. Here I will put my main dashboard billing actions. Okay. And pass my details. So in future we will have to get the customer ID from the database, but now I'm just gonna pass it like this, like a hard-coded string. So this thing is like Stripe customer ID. And then when we receive URL, so if we don't receive an URL, we'll just throws an error, fail to create billing portal, and return it. And if there is URL, we'll just redirect the user to that page. We're gonna see the URL here. So on this button, on customer portal button click. Okay, so we have this component. It should be client one because there is an on-click event. So right now I'm gonna, in this, just instead of pricing once, let's say we've paid this, so I'm gonna put just the customer portal button component here. So we're gonna see right now there is a customer portal button. So once I clicked in, I will be redirected to my customer portal, but we have to create it first in the settings. So here inside our profile Stripe, we can click on where it was customer portal, yeah, in billing. So here you have to enable it. So here you have to include all the things that you wanna appear on the page. So we want users to see all their invoices, like to change their information. It's really crucial to show this tax ID and to enable it so they can see it and change it if they change their company, so they can update this information. The next parameter is payment methods. You can allow them to change their payment methods to different payment methods. Then the cancellation. So this is a really cool part. You can tell the Stripe when someone cancel their subscription from this button, don't send me an event until the end of the billing period. So that means if I pay yesterday for this product, but I want to cancel my subscription, when I click it, I will have an access until the next month because I've paid for 1 month. And then when this time expires, Stripe will send me
Notification.
event. Yeah, notification. Hey, this guy subscription is deleted, so it will trigger our webhook, and it will goes into this case, customer subscription deleted. If you want, you can cancel it immediately, but I believe that users paid for that period, so they have to stay until the end. So that's why this is the default action. The next part is the subscription. We can allow them to change their subscriptions. So first, we can put all of our subscriptions here. So you can see that there is update subscription button right now. So they can, if they are on monthly or if they are on basic, they can upgrade to the advanced. And if they update it via this button, Stripe will send us an event and which will trigger our subscription updated function, which will just what I'm going to show you what to do. So I'm going to change if there is a, a change in the product, if there is a new product, it's gonna get the metadata, and the only thing that it has to do is to upgrade the subscription plan in our database. That's the only thing. And on the delete, is actually what it's going to do is the delete is really easy. Just we'll just a second to find our route. On the delete, it just goes and update our user to has this Stripe customer ID to know and subscription point to know, so we can block the access to our page. So that's how it works. So now when I add all of these, and there is a cool thing. So if someone upgrades, we will update immediately their plan because yeah. So when switching to a cheaper subscription, we would like to end until the end of the billing period because someone can just downgrade our plan, but before that they've paid more. So that's why we just have to wait until the end of the period so they can still use our project for the things that they've paid before that. And then they have to switch, and when they switch to a shorter interval, just update it at the end of the period. Again, if they change from yearly to monthly, we have to wait until the end of their plan. And business information, we don't need this one. Just if you want to have these specific links right here, yeah. So if I save the changes, my billing portal will be enabled. So when I click on this page, I should be able to see the billing portal. So if I click on open my customer portal, you're gonna see I'm redirected to the Stripe. So you're gonna see now I will have different options here. So update my card, cancel my subscription, see my information, change my information, stuff like that. So this one gonna be different when you push your app to production and then you change all these things, because this is the development billing portal and that's why it shows only this information. But the users on production will see exactly like this: the update, subscription, and the end subscription.
This is amazing. Thank God. Whoever made Stripe,
Yeah.
man, they did a good job.
Really good
Feel
job.
free to sponsor us.
Yeah, it gives you a really easy way to handle your subscriptions.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, guys. I don't see any comments in the chat, but I just want to ask you: do you guys have any question about Stripe, how it works? Do you want to explain something else about Stripe? But this is just really the integration. It's really easy, just a couple more settings, and your app is ready to use from the template. So right now, if I open the homepage, you're gonna see that today someone buys it. Why, I don't know why it's in Bulgarian money.
Hey, money is
Let's
money.
see. Money is money, yeah, but it's Bulgarian. How can I change it? Like, okay, it doesn't matter. This is just the payment that I did before. And you can see there is one customer, which is like me, the name that I've put. And then this is the ID, which is the same as one since our database. So that's how Stripe work and how subscription has been handled. So I'm gonna. Val, do you have any question?
Um, Not really, not right now. I mean, we're just setting things up. For the guys watching,
Mhm.
just a quick breakdown of what the next few days is gonna look like. Today we're kind of just setting up the base for the um, SaaS we're building, and in the following days we'll be focusing more on the actual functionalities and the purpose of the app. If you do want to get ahead of yourself and ask us about it and what kind of ideas we have, we'll like, of course, we'll share that with you. But yeah, feel free to interact in the chat as much as you can. But yeah, no questions on my side, sir. Honestly, this guy's a great teacher. Someone clap in the chat. Like, wait, hold on.
Thanks, man. So let's see if does someone have any comments in Twitter. Because I believe most of the folks come from here. Oh, 6 likes. No comments. Okay.
Soon. They're coming.
Okay. So I believe right now we can continue with our onboarding flow. So when someone just to commit these changes, um, so the actions, okay, pricing plan just to remove that or just to remove the console walks. Oops. Okay. So here on page, yep. Once we've paid for the app, we just want to see. I'm gonna leave this one. We'll use it in future. But on dashboard, they're gonna see this customer portal button right now. So here, it's okay. This one is okay. On the pricing, there are console walks. I'm gonna remove them. Here, okay. Great. So just to check something, if everything's okay before I commit the changes. Okay. Added Stripe payments. Okay, cool.
Can you try pin the
What?
link I posted in the chat so they don't have to go through the description? I can't
In
do it through
the
on the
in the
stream.
live on the stream.
Yeah.
Okay. So how can I?
Click on the stream. Yeah. Bottom left, just the first one. You should be able to edit it when you go on there.
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't even come up.
There is not
Well,
connected.
you can put it on there and then just pin it. I don't know why it doesn't let me. There you go.
Fix here. Okay. Oops. Sorry.
There you
Okay.
go. Perfect.
Okay. Um. Oh, we have 20 viewers. That's so cool.
Wenny, well, hello everyone.
And there are new subscribers. 7 subscribers, bro. I was on 2 this morning. One is from you, and the other one is from your sister. Then 4. So we have 3 new subscribers. Oh,
There you
that's
go.
great.
Tomorrow we
Yeah,
get
guys,
another 7.
we have prepared so many cool videos about building SaaS, all of the technologies that you're gonna need. So you're gonna see a lot of content in future.
And again, all of the live is gonna be like on the channel. So even if you can't watch it all today, feel free to come back, watch it then, whenever you have the time to do so. Because all the videos are gonna stay public. The only thing that's probably gonna go private will be the template, but it's limited edition for the people that watch it live. So
Yep.
feel free to grab it while you can.
Go download the repository, and it's time to build.
Time
Okay.
to build.
So the next thing, I'm just gonna explain what we try to achieve. Um, so we would like to make a connection with Stripe. So every one of you guys who will use our software, by the way, we will give away our software to 5 people from our life. Just like a lifetime value, free, complete for free, just to use it because you have supported us during this journey.
Exactly.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So what we try to achieve, you're gonna be able to create your Stripe account. So let's say here it will be connect your Stripe. So once you click on this connect your Stripe button, you have to log in with your Stripe account. So once you've logged in with your Stripe account and give us access, we will get this information and we will get all the transactions. So there's gonna be incomes, expenses, so we can keep in the database. Valve just created the database, the table for the transactions. We're gonna put all the information there. We're gonna get all of the invoices. So of the invoices, and we've got put as well in the database so you guys can see it. And this can be per project, or if you have more than one project, you are going to be able to see probably a view where you can select different projects. So you're going to see over transactions per project, or like overall for all your projects. So right now, before actually the winch break, we have added this stripe thingy. So I'm gonna restore my changes and we'll show you what we have built right now. So if I open again the profile and open my onboard flow, you're gonna see that you can create a specific project. We have already implemented that. But if you skip this page, it actually will go to the second one. So here it says your project is test, and then it's not you create your Stripe account, what I'm talking about. It's actually connect your Stripe account. So let's just check this. Let's just change this button. Connect your Stripe account. So once you click on connect, we've actually what we do is we have get the Stripe login URL. So basically, you're gonna be redirected to the URL page, to the sign-in page. So when you click on that, you're gonna see, because I've already logged in with our business Stripe, so I will give an access to this project. So I will click on skip this form because that's a testing. So you're gonna see that I am redirected back to the, what's going on here? Oh, I don't have a, wait a second. I don't have a breakpoint. So they've sent us like here on a new page. So if I just refresh it, you're gonna see they've sent us a code, and we exchange this code to, oops, there's new error. Authorization code does not belong to you. Okay, so I'm gonna open this in incognito because I have already logged in our Stripe account. So here I'm gonna open again our app, and I have to log in. So right now I'm gonna log in into my account, Okay. I will put my email and then my password. Once we are in, I am going to onboarding flow again. So let's say test. So I'm gonna connect to my Stripe account, and here you can see I have to log in. So I have to log in with our company email, and we have to see. Oops. Oh, perfect. Okay. Just to get my
I got
code.
you.
This GitHub link doesn't work. We have a comment. How this GitHub link doesn't work? Like,
Is it private?
no, it's public.
Let me click on it. Well, thank you for letting us know first and foremost. Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Oh, then. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm gonna go to your account quickly. Oh,
Oh,
is
it's
it
private,
private?
bro.
Silly Billy. Go to.
Um,
Oh, look at this handsome guy on GitHub.
how can I change the
In the settings, I think it's the last page all the way at the bottom.
change visibility? Change to public. Okay, guys.
I was gonna say, how can I access it? But you've given me permission.
Yep. Can you try again?
Yeah, now it works.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. You can get a template for free. Now, so what I had to do is actually open, yep, open Stripe, get my code for my phone. Just give me a second. So if I connect to my Stripe account, I should be able to see these transactions that we have just created, paid. So you have more than one. Uh, Congratulations to you. Okay, so I'm gonna check, I'm gonna select my account, which is the sandbox one. So I'm gonna connect it. So once I've connected this thing, I will be redirected to, uh, damn, why is asking us again?
Secure, it's too secure.
Okay, let's say this is so, is there something else that is needed? Please, okay, so I'm gonna do something different. There are so many details. I'm gonna try to click on that again and just type that this is this is just a testing purpose, so there is no need to add that. So if I connect to my Stripe, come on, and using this skip test form, let's see what's gonna happen. Yeah, not gonna happen. So Val, can you?
Grab the email.
Oh, I know what's going on. Wait, we have changed our credentials. Damn. Wait. There are two different. So now one is Stripe Connect. So guys, I just forgot to explain about us. So Stripe is we are using for our payments. So this is normal Stripe. But in order to get your details for your Stripe account, we have to create an application in Stripe Connect, which is different software. So we have a different secrets for these two applications. So this is for payments, and this is for connecting to your accounts. So we have different key IDs, and that's why with one of the key we can get your payments. So right now what we have to do is open our Stripe dashboard. Okay, and go directly to connect. How we can open the connect thingy? Okay, Stripe connect. Yep. So if I click on start now and open our connect dashboard, yep, it's not available for this account. Wow, did you change anything?
Let me look at the big screen. No, I haven't changed nothing really. No, I haven't even. We're getting hacked live on stream.
We're gonna see. Maybe because it's from.
Different country. I can have a look. One sec. Where do you want me to go?
I don't know. We didn't change anything. We have a couple of accounts. Let's just change to see what's going on. Oh, got it. So, damn. Yep, here it is. This is our connect. Okay, I've just used the wrong account. So yeah, you're gonna see in our like connect, one of our users have a payment for $100, which is we've created like a before that. So let's just open this account and get the keys. So that's gonna be the secret. So it's different. So we have to add. Is it different? Yeah. So this should be Stripe payment keys, and this will be Stripe connect keys. So this is gonna be Stripe connect secret key. Yep. So when we go to Stripe and inside actions, let's see where is this get Stripe client. So we can get our export const get Stripe connect client. So Val, did you understand that? So you have one Stripe for payments and one Stripe for connect with other people.
Oh yeah, with two different secrets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So we have to use this Stripe connect. And also to have a, I believe we don't need a publishable key. Just give a second to check. API key, and then the second one is, okay, it's config, so we don't need it. So in our connect endpoint, we have to use get Stripe connect client. So I believe this will resolve our problem, and we can try again now. If I refresh this connect code and then, oh, yep, here we are. The token is here. So we have get our token to our Stripe account. So right now we're gonna get all of our transactions. So if we get them, we have to see that we have one transaction. Yep. So that one transaction have the subscription created. There is the payment intent, payment method, the receipt URL. So basically that's the invoice, the status, succeeded, failed, and stuff like that. So we have to map this transaction to our database transaction. So Val how we are gonna handle that. So amount is here. That it's $9. It says
Mhm.
just the 900. How we are gonna keep that as a okay, as 9. We'll keep that as 9. Um,
Huh?
there is a currency as well. Probably we have to keep the amount and the currency as well because we don't have any currency.
Okay, let me just change the schema now. Not
And
schema, what the
description,
migration.
we don't need this. Do we need description?
No.
Okay, so in our
I
database,
actually, I think I did it in the UI. I don't know. I don't remember, but maybe.
so in these transactions, oh wow, we forgot to add the project ID here because every single transaction has to be per project.
Isn't it per user?
Now, if you have, if you have, how then we can distinguish when you select a project from the dashboard to which project this is connected.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I'm just thinking if it's an income,
So
but for
here
expenses, yeah.
we have to connect it to this project table with this ID.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
So then we do transactions ID, transaction amount we have,
this is the
uh,
ID, and we will need a new foreign key project ID.
or project ID.
Yeah, and it has to be a foreign key. So we have to alter our table and to add a specific project ID. But that
Yeah.
we can do that. Just let's just think about that. So we have a transaction type. This is income because it's from Stripe. So Stripe gives us only incomes.
Uh-huh.
Um, so income, and then there will be amount as a number, and then
Currency.
currency. We have to keep that because folks can have different currencies. Or yeah, we can't keep it in only in USD. We have to just a second. How to convert a USD to euro with Next.js. Maybe probably there is a specific API exchange rate.
Don't they do that internally?
No. But I
Maybe.
believe that it's okay to keep our transactions in a specific currency, not in
Yeah.
specific currency, but in currency that are from Stripe. Because imagine that after 5 years, this currency changed the course, the exchange rate.
Yeah.
So we have wrong values. So we have to keep the currency as well. So so currency, so currency amount. Then what else?
The
It's
thing
only
is, we're
hmm?
that table we're going to use for all of our transactions, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's good to have a transaction description in case they want to input a manual transaction, which is an
Uh-huh.
expense,
Uh-huh.
and they'll like we just give the user the freedom.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Um.
I'll add it as 50, not 50. I'll do 250 voucher
Yeah.
for the amount.
Okay.
I think it was 255.
Okay. So let's just think more about that. Okay, now we can start just with easy things. We can insert amount, currency, and so here we've added a name. Oh no, there is no name. Transaction amount. Can you change these values to just amount because it's transaction? Okay, leave it as it is, but in future we can just add different types.
Uh-huh.
So let's say here we have to create our Supabase. So Supabase. So we need the service key because again this is an endpoint. So here we have to get the user ID because we don't have it. Is there a customer or something like that? Yeah, there is a customer. We can, yep. So first we have to get our user by customer. So you can just get the user ID based on the await Supabase dot from users and select user ID where type customer ID is equal to token dot token transaction customer or no, it's not just customer, but
Is that
oh, we don't
customer
know.
key generated on their side?
Yeah, no, we have to somehow
Pass
connect.
it from our side to them.
You have to connect the this ID to our
ID.
ID. So probably when we create the Stripe Connect in the action, where was this one? So probably here we have to pass something like metadata. Let's see, does it have? So let's just see is there something that we can use. Oh, okay, Stripe Connect authorize URL. That should be. Let's just ask ChatGPT. Why I have to log in every single time? Okay, how to pass user ID to stripe.oo.authorize URL. Okay, state. We can pass it inside state, and they just send it this. That's cool. See, and do you hear me?
Yeah, but do you create that state when they create their account and then we map the two user
So
IDs from our side and their side together
yeah,
and you
no.
keep
So
them like that?
so you
Wow.
remember when we click on the connect Stripe button, we have this function that is gives us a URL. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
we pass to the Stripe a specific state that they returned. So if we'll pass the current user ID,
Through the state.
yeah. So that will be the logged in user ID. So if there is no user ID, just returns an error. error connecting Stripe account, and we will walk so we can see the logs. So the state is here. So when we pass the state and logged in, they will give us here as a query parameter. So this will be the user ID. So then we know that when we want to insert in our transactions, so we can make an insert, and here we have to pass the user ID, which will be from the state. So now do you understand it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then we can add there. What did you add here? In transactions. So ID, user ID, transaction amount. So transaction amount. It should be, this should be happening for every single transaction. But just let's do it for the first one, and we will figure out how we can make a bulk update, bulk insert, because operations to database has to be quick.
Mm.
So the amount, but we can divide it by 100 because it's you can see the amount how it's like. It looks like amount
Yeah.
900.
Yeah.
So again, currency, we will need currency. Currency, what did you add more? Transaction type. Transaction type will be, we are gonna do that as well. Here it will be income. We can do it as a type at an. Okay. So then, what else? Create that and update that is automatically converted. But here we have to add now project ID.
As a foreign key.
Wait a second. So how we can find the project ID from here?
Can we not pass it over with the user ID?
Yeah, I believe we can, but just think more about that.
Mm. Or maybe once we receive back the Stripe user ID with our ID, we map it to a project ID. So we don't carry it over, we just connect it back up once we've received it on our side again.
How we will know for which project is it?
Because if we're talking only for the first transaction when they're creating their account, we would know because they would only have one project, which will be the project they used to make the account, and that project is linked to their user ID, the first one, like the only user ID.
But we can reuse this model. Where is the model? We can reuse our model if they want to
If
create a new project.
yeah, then it's not gonna work.
Just to get my charger because my phone will die and I am watching the comments from my phone.
Yeah, my phone's gonna die as well. Just realized. Oh, check messages. I'm gonna plug my phone in.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just see. So in this state, we can add a lot of things. So can we add an object? No, it's only string. So user ID is usually something like this. If we combine it in the state, like just something like this, user ID slash project ID, but not slash is not possible because it's a state. Okay, let's see. I need to pass user ID and project ID as well. Can I pass an object? And base64. But wait, if we pass only the project, we can map
The user
it.
after.
Yeah, we can get the user ID based on the project.
Oh,
So if we create a project before we connect it to the Stripe, like this one,
yeah, yeah.
we will have the user ID. So if we pass only the project, we can get from the database the user ID and the project ID as well.
You're a smart guy, aren't you?
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's probably better. And we'll
Okay.
probably, is it gonna stop us from reusing the component?
No, because every
No.
single time you have to create a product before that.
Oh,
Or not product, it's project.
right. Yeah.
Wait a second, this is will be from. Okay, so we have to pass it like project ID. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna hard code it for now, just like here. We are gonna pass it later. Okay, URL, then this one is saved. So here you can get the project ID. So we can get the user ID from our Supabase dot from projects and select the user ID based on the project. So if there is no user ID, okay, we're gonna pass an error to the server, and then here from transactions we can insert the transaction, add the project ID as well, and I believe that's it. What do you think?
Well, but find out when we test it. But
But first we have
I
to do
think it's
something
better than
else.
passing the user ID.
We have to add the project ID column here
Do you want me to
in the
just send it
comments.
to you and just put it in the file, or do you want me
Yeah,
to like commit it?
I you can send me. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
We will need a new migration with the project
yeah.
ID. That has to be like a foreign key. So when you create the migration, you have to pass that this is a foreign key.
Project ID will be a foreign key.
Yeah, probably we forgot to do it for our other. Yeah,
Now you know.
I'm gonna add it like how to add foreign key author table in Supabase PostgreSQL. Oh, cool. So I'm gonna add for the existing ones. So I'm gonna create a new migration foreign keys because we forgot that. So guys, foreign keys is like just you have to connect your table with the other table as well. It's just a connection between two tables. So if we alter, let's see, we have to alter projects first because we forgot here. So projects, so foreign key project user ID. So foreign key is just a user ID and it references to project, to users, sorry, and user ID, like this one. And we can have one more, which is for transactions. Foreign key transactions user ID, like this. Okay, I believe that's it. So if I push it and apply this migration, good. We have a foreign key. You can see it goes to user, and in transaction there is a foreign key as well. So now you can do it like this.
Oh, you've altered the table. Okay.
Yeah, but this is just we need a new, so we need a currency with alter table to add a new row, and also to add a new column, and also to add a column like how do you say it? What was the name? The foreign key, yeah. So while you're doing the SQL migration, I'm gonna make a coffee and just mute myself so you don't
Okay.
hear the
So
coffee machine.
you you want me to make a whole new migration for the transactions?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
If you want, I can do it because I've already have a migration, and maybe something can happen with the numbers if you do it on your project. So can you
Yeah,
just
I'll
make
just
an
send you
SQL file
code.
and send me
Yeah,
the
yeah,
details? Okay, awesome guy.
yeah.
I'm gonna just mute myself so you don't hear my coffee machine.
No worries. So
And
if a lot of people start joining, I'll entertain them, don't worry.
yeah, I'm sure that you can. Yep, everything's unmuted. We're back. I'm back. You are here. You are here. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on in life. Five people. Let's see our Twitter. What's going on, guys? Some comments. Oh, nice. Okay. Um, okay, so let's see now how we can add different connections. So we need transaction IDs. Are you here? Where? Can you send me in Google Meet? Let's just see. Just tell me when you change it because I don't wanna. Hmm. Um, uh, the what? Uh, oh, okay. I'm gonna switch it. Yeah. Okay. So where did you send me in Discord? Oh, but all the things. I just need a transaction. Okay. So we are here, guys. Sorry for that. So we just Val just sent me the key, so I'm just gonna create a new migration. It should be add currency and project ID to transactions. Okay, let's see what you've sent me. Okay, so we have to alter our table, alter table transactions, and then we have to create a constraint. This should be for the user ID, foreign key reference, this one. And then we have to add outer table. Oh, I just did this one. So we need a, how can I add a new row? Let's just see how to add new column. Project ID, which is foreign key. Oh, first we can add column and then a constraint. Okay, cool. So we need to add a column in the transactions. Project ID, which is UUID. Okay, then we can alter a table and a constraint like this. Okay, this is for project ID, and then we need one more column, which will be the currency. Yep. So how we can keep the currency? Like, ah, you mean to get all of the transactions in a specific currency? Wait a second. You are smart. Get Stripe transactions in a specific currency. Let's just see. Yep. Wait a second. We can try that. So here in Connect, we can get the transactions, and then here, customer loop options. No. Um, can I get Stripe charges in a specific currency? I'm not sure. But we have to put a currency because if we add a manual uh, transactions, people have to. Wait a second. It's not necessary. In my other SaaS, I received a payment in Bulgarian lets. So I believe that there is no, I'm sure, Stripe charges list. Let's see in their documentation. List all charges. So there is a limit. Yeah, this is only the parameters. Ending before, created, before or creator, payment intent, and starting after. There is no, so you have to keep it in. There are a lot of APIs that do that, so don't worry. Okay, so let's just try this transaction first. Migration. Outer, something in outer is not okay. I just see again. Yep, passed. So now we should have, if I refresh it, we should have a currency and a project ID. Okay, cool. So we're almost done with that part. So let's just do something here. So user ID, project ID, transaction amount, currency, and then transaction type. What do you mean? Okay, let's just try this one. We will change it later, but just give it a try. So let's just make our breakpoint. So then here, I'm gonna just make a new code. So onboarding. On X. How can I enable them? Uh, okay, I'm gonna be right back for a second, guys. Just to 2 seconds. A second, sorry. So where on my profile? Where on my profile? Profile. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Back. We're here. Okay. So when I connect to my Stripe account, I'm just select my profile, and then we're gonna be redirect. See. Yep. So this is a project ID. 418. Let's just see. Yep. Here is the project ID. So then we will get the transactions. We will get the user ID. Okay. So we have the user ID. Oh, it's inside data. Okay. So here it can be error or data. So there is an error. So here data.user ID like this. Okay, we can try again. Okay. So here in project ID, oops, I've already used this code. I have to do it again. So onboarding, test, and connecting the Stripe, selecting our sandbox. Okay, so insert the user ID, the project ID, the amount, the currency, and the transaction type. So let's see. So if this is cool, okay, it's okay. So let's just see. Inside transactions, there is a user ID, which is the same. Let's just see. Okay, project ID is okay. currency is okay, created that is okay, income and the amount. Cool. Okay, man, we are good with that. Do you see? Okay. So we can update this later because we don't know what we can expect here. So we have to increase the limit for sure. We have to filter off the transactions from the start of the year, and we can create here a bulk insert because this is just a one. So once we have um, returned back to here, we have to redirect our user to just think more about that. Yeah, we can redirect it for now, and we will see what's going on. So next response dot redirect. So we are gonna redirect it to the dashboard and then slash project ID. So we are gonna do right now all the stuff related to project ID. So okay. So once we're ready with that, just a second. So dashboard page, and here we can add a project ID. So if you want to add a dynamic route, you have to pass these brackets. So it can be a project ID. Yeah. And then inside project ID, let's say there will be a page for the dashboard. And that will be a dashboard page or project. Dashboard project page, something like that. So here you can get it from the URL parameter. How was the name? Just see Next.js dynamic route. So let's just see. Um, um, oh, yeah, it's like this. Oops. So you can get params, and this can be it's a promise, and we accept here a project ID. It's the name of the folder. So something like this. Yep. So here, project ID params. Okay. And here you can just pass the like this. And we can remove this one as well. This is async function, and we can just show it for now just to see that it's working. So now the plan is when we get the data, we will redirect the person to the dashboard slash project. So right now what I'm gonna do is we are gonna get the project ID from the database, and if I open my page to dashboard slash project ID, you're gonna see the dashboard page for a specific project will be opened, and you can see the project ID from the URL. So it's like directly in this one where it is this. So I'm gonna plan to commit all of my changes until now because we've did a lot of stuff. Um, and I'm gonna send you the last env changes so you can copy this thing. only for Stripe. They are different. I'm gonna send it to you here. Okay. And then I will commit all the stuff. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I've committed everything. So it's now to to design a little bit to make the navigation on the left and to make the transactions. Um, so do you have the design in a specific file, or I just have to open what you've discussed in the shotcn? So this is the dashboard. We'll do it like last. It's in the which document? Mhm. No, I believe that we can make the transactions table with this thing. If you want, we can make first let's just say the sidebar here. What we decided, this one, because you can change the project and the transactions here and your account here at the bottom, just to check if there is something else. Um, I'll just look on mobile. Okay. So if you want, we can get this one. Okay, so we have to make a layout for our per project. To the our repo main branch. Okay, let's just think more. So here we can add this thing. Okay, let's just copy that and put it inside our layout, I would say. So sidebar provider, we don't have this one. I just see it's from sidebar. Okay, we have to install sidebar and breadcrumb as well. Okay. Okay. So sidebar provider, let's just download it from ShotCN. Do you wanna check if my brother is here? I believe he's not here. I don't know. Let's just ask him. See. Okay, so sidebar install. Oh, so there is a soundbar is one of the most complex. Okay, so we have to install it. No, do not message him. We will see if he answer in the. He's not. So so we have three viewers. One is me, one is you. Who is the other one? Ah, one is watching us. Yeah, 10. Yeah. So we have to covers. If not, the comment above should install the covers. Let's see. Uh, does it install it? No. So we have to. It's in layer base. So here I have to add it. Okay. Okay, and then the structure is you have a provider that handles the collapsible state. You have a sidebar container and the header and the footer, the content you have, and this and with the trigger. So we can do it like this in the layout. So here in the layout we just can do first this thing. So let's say sidebar provider, we have an up sidebar, we have a main, we have sidebar trigger. So up sidebar is coming from up sidebar, which I believe I don't have it. Strange. Oh, here is up sidebar. Okay, up sidebar .tsx. So this is the sidebar. We've just installed it, and this is the component. So yep. Okay, so let's see what was happened. So first on this page I have to turn it on. So, okay, this is our button. This is the side up. Okay, so now let's just use the example and add more pages just to get the sidebar. So I'm gonna copy that sidebar. Okay, so we have a knife main, which is the navigation. We'll delete a lot of things because we just don't need it. projects of user, and then team switcher. Okay. So avatar, we should install avatar component. Okay. Let's just install it. Avatar. So I'm gonna configure the things now, and then I'm gonna give you a task to do some table, for example, or stuff like that. I just wanted to configure all the things. And in the main, we need a collapsible component as well. Okay, so this is the collapsible. This is the file. Okay, I believe we're ready. So let's just see what's going on. Compiling. Woo! Nice. We have the user, projects, model. So do you want to edit these pages on the left, because we will have only like pages. For now, we cannot only transactions. We don't need anything else. Uh, so you can check it here. So probably projects, we can remove it. Just delete it. We don't need projects. Yeah. Yeah, so this switcher, we can make it like for the project. But just, yeah. So here you can see other team. We can edit it to says other project, and then it opens this model where they can create a project, and you know, yeah. And here you can add details about user. So I'm gonna commit my changes so you can create a branch and remove all these projects and make navigations only for transactions page, and a dashboard page, transactions and invoices, let's say. Okay. So I'm gonna commit all my changes so you can use it. But don't forget to install the added sidebar component. To install the components, it's in main, so you can fetch it and create a pull request. Okay, so in that time, what I can create? If you want, I can make this chat send button here below with the our user, and map this billing page and an account and logged out. Or you want to see that? So here there is a button about user. We have to map it with our user. So the email, the name, the picture. Um, okay. Um, do you want to make a 5 minute break? But there are 6 viewers. Nah, bro, there are 6 viewers. No break. They're here for us. So let's give them a show. So let's see why they. Hey guys, do you? Let's see, six viewers. Yeah, nice. Yeah, if you would like to to learn something about building SaaS, or I don't know, just if we have any questions, just let us know. Wow, it's here. I'm not experienced, but I will give my best to to provide you my knowledge. Okay. So we have a button here below, which is what let's just find it. It probably is in footer. Yeah, nav user. So we're gonna see this user. So here we can get our user. So just I don't like this syntax, so I'm gonna get create and then export the default. Okay. So let's just see type. We don't need user, we will get it from the session. So we don't need anything here. So user will be from use user from our design system. And then here we can pass the username. So user dot. So if there is no user, we can just return no. But we will not show this page until we don't have user. Or we can show something like folder. We are gonna see problem. So user dot name, full name. It's in OAuth or user profile picture because the user may not have a picture. So let's say this will be. Let's just console with log because I'm not sure what's inside the object of a particular user. So let's just see. So what happened here? User doesn't exist in a target model. Okay, so we have to export it like a constant. Okay. Yep. So let's see. A user has a image URL. Okay, we can put it here. So image URL. Fallback is the name. So the first name user dot. So if there is no picture, we can add a fallback like the, for example, uh, first letter of his name and then first letter of his last name. Let's say. So user dot last name dot slice. Yeah. So this will give us like if there is no, it will show like this. Yeah, so, but there is no first name probably. Yeah, there is no name because probably we can think of enable it, enable the names inside our registration because there is no names right now. So we can think more about it. So let's just edit my user. I'm gonna I'm gonna add, yeah, so maybe here, no, where I can add them. Email, social accounts. There has to be something. Probably in metadata, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Quark, where? Oh, this one. But I can't edit it. Like, see, first name and last name, I just know. Okay, Quark art, first name. So, or first I have to probably enable it. So here on configure, we can add, yep, here, email addresses and then name if they want, but it will be optional. So we can, yeah, see why. Probably it's better to have someone maybe don't want to put their name. I don't know. And it's a complicated when you have to pass name, full name in the login screen. Like the less fields you have, the chance is more someone to register it. Yeah, so I'm gonna put my name here. So if I just refresh it, we're gonna see that there is a first name, full name, and last name. So if I map it here, user the full name, and on email addresses it's like this: email at first email address. Okay, so here again, when you open the page, it's just gonna give us these details. So this one is a full name and the email address and the image URL, and here also is the fallback. So let's just put in a span tag to be more like organized. Okay. So let's see, yep, here it is. So the picture that I have, our email, my name, and when I click it, there is the picture, name, and email as well. So here we have a couple of buttons. So upgrade to pro is really cool. I can keep it if a user is on free trial to have a way to upgrade it. So we can keep this button. Account, we can show the user profile, and notifications, we will remove it because we don't have right now. So we are gonna remove this item. On billing, we can create this cool thing. But hey, you saw me how I did the billing, so I'm gonna leave it this for you. You have to create an on click here. So once you click the billing page, to shows you this customer portal on your Stripe account. Do you remember it? Yeah. Okay. Logout. Let's see how we can log out Quark Next.js logout. There is a function for that. Yep, sign in, sign out button. Okay. So here, instead of this logout, we can do it something like this. So here we can pass just a second. Yep, we can pass a child. So sign out button, we have to pass it like this. So this is an icon. Yep. So if I click on my sign out button, we should be able to sign out. Yep, we signed out, but we have to make it to redirect to a specific page when we signed out. But see, it's because of the builder, we have been redirected. So once you click sign in, we can go back to this. So I'm gonna change my sign in fallback URL to go to dashboard. So once I have signed in, to just, oops, what's happened? So when I signed in, it will be redirected to the dashboard. Profit trail. Okay, so once I'm walked in, I should be redirected to the dashboard. Oops. So probably it didn't rebuild my environment variables. But here we are. So walked out is ready. Billing, you gonna build it. So account, there is also account button. User profile, it's this one. It will open this thing so they can update their of their accounts, profiles, and stuff like that. So let's just see how we can redirect to organizational profile. No, Quark show account button profile. Let's just see user button. Nope. Let's just see how to add button that will open Quark user profile. Yeah, it's user button. Okay, so let's just see. We don't have to pass this user. So on account, user profile, there is no button like this. Okay. Oh, it's user button only. Yep, here we are. Okay, let's just test it. So once we click on the, oh no, I want to open the profile directly. Okay, let's just see. Okay, so we have to create a page in our app. So let's say slash profile, and then we can render that page. So I'm gonna leave it this to you. You have to create a link here that's gonna be href to the profile, and then inside this profile page, you can render just a component user profile. Okay, I'm gonna leave a to do here. art account profile. Okay, and then billing, I'm gonna leave it as well to you. Billing, sign out is ready. Upgrade to pro. This thing we can think more later. Probably we can, if they are in a free trial, we can then show that button so they can upgrade it. Okay, just to see what I've did so I can commit my changes. Okay. Okay, I just see this thing is updated. Okay, man. So added a profile information. Cool. Okay, you can get the branch and yeah. Okay. Do you think that we can make a 5-minute break? Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. 10. All right. Hey guys, we're back. So yeah, just a little bit more coffee and ready to attack. Okay, so what we've done so far is creating this sidebar. So right now we can make our transactions page. So where we can show our transactions. So let's just open our main page. So then on dashboard, project ID, and here we can add transactions. So then we can add a page. So let's just make a component transactions page. So if I open this one and click on the specific project, so let's just say /project/transactions, we have to see the transactions for that specific project. So right now what we're gonna do, yep, here it is. So we can create just think more about that. So it's main. So we can add here a little bit of padding. Yep, here it is. Or we can make it on the children. So let's say padding 4. Okay, so something like this, we can change it later. Okay, so right now we would like to add let's say a table that we can use something like this one and to show all of our transactions. So let's go to the components and open the grid or the table. So we are gonna install the table component. Yep, and we're gonna start again the project. So here we would like to say, oh, it's data table. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's table. And then we can add the table and then this. So basically the table is like just the layout, and the under the hood what is using it's the stack React table. This is a really good table component. You can use it outside of Next.js. You can use it like on your React application. So this thing is really great. It's built by Tan, I believe. So this is just a guy who started with just a library for fetching, and then build like an ecosystem of routing and stuff like that, and forms. Previously, the first product of his was just this Tanstack query. It's a really cool guy. I don't remember his name, uh, but it was something like Tan. It doesn't matter actually. So that's the table that Shatsian used out like in the out of the box. So there is specific examples, but right now we are gonna just see and install that. So we can install it again and run the application. So here we can add a specific page, let's say, and then just let's just add this one. It's really cool. So if we add that here on the transactions, here we will read the data, and here we can show our data. So this we're gonna be transactions data, where we can just load our components. So all this stuff are here. So let's just say this is a bit more complicated, but I believe that it will be cool to use it. So let's just start with a basic one. So we can define just the columns about a specific table. And then we can add our actual data. So I'm gonna review all the changes right now, and then we can render it as this. So here in the page, we can just render our data table, and we can just put a data as an array and pass it directly to our table. So columns here, and then columns is like just a function, and here we can pass the columns and the data as well. Okay, so right now we're gonna see what's inside our table as a content. So we're gonna see that there is a simple table with the status, email, and an amount. And you can see that I have just added this amount, status, and email, render it to a table, pass a couple of more columns, and then just render the table, the headers, which are the columns, and then just render the rows here. It's like an easy way to achieve that. So what we can do is we can export type of a transaction. Here is the data, here is the page. So right now we are going to do something interesting. So I am going to create a actions. So we are going to fetch our transactions from the database. So let's just say this is going to be export const get transactions. So what we are going to do is we are going to pass the project ID, and the user ID will be automatically used because we have a policy. So let's just say this is a try catch. If there is an error, we just wanted to console log it so we can keep track on that, and we will return just an empty array. So it's gonna show the like empty table. So right now we're gonna create a Supabase client, and here we can use the quirk Supabase because we have a context of a user. So that's why we would use this client. And we do add a where clause with user ID to the authenticated user automatically. So here we can get the data and the error. So await Supabase from transactions, select everything equals to the same project ID, and order them by created at descending ascending false. That means descending true. So if there is an error, we will console log that and we will return an empty. If not, we will return the data. So that's how we are gonna see all of our transactions. So here in this page, we can get our transactions. So await get transactions, and we have to pass the project ID. So we can get the project ID directly from the URL, which is in the params. So params is like a promise that will keep an object, and there will be a project ID. So in that way, we can get the project ID, and this will be an async operation. And here you can pass it to the transaction. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint here to show you how this is working, to explain you everything. So here you're gonna see now if I close this one and just debug it. Hello. Hey Adil, how are you, man? Okay, so we have the transaction. So you're gonna see now how the project ID will be get from the URL as a parameter. It will be passed to the get transaction. So this function, it will create a Supabase client, and it will fetch all of the transactions for this specific project. So let's just see, there is no error. The data is one element. You're gonna see that's our element with the $9 amount and just a type of income and who is the user ID and all this stuff like that. So yep, you're gonna see now how we can map this one. Maybe you're wondering. So we can do it something like this one. So data will be transaction.map. Here we can get the transaction. So with map function, you can reformat the array in a specific way you want. So instead of the transactions from the database, you would like to transform to a specific format. So that's what map is used for, to just get a specific row and return a reformatted row. So here we will add an ID, which will be the transaction ID. Let's just see if it's an ID or no. By the way, we can add types here. Let's just put a type, export type, transaction. So in our database, we have, let's just open it, ID, so ID string, user ID string, what else? Project ID, amount, currency, which is string, what else? Transaction type, so this is transaction amount, transaction type, which is string, created that, it's a string, and updated that it can be string or no, because it, probably it's just inserted. So that's the only all of the things that we have. So how can I say this as a type? Probably here, yeah, transaction array. Let's see. Let's see how to put a type, because I'm not completely sure about that. How to put a type in Supabase from command. Oh, I want to select quotes. Uh, with TS client. Okay, Supabase client. Select quotes TS types. Yep. So, oh, we should insert some interfaces. So we can do that later, at later point. So probably have to put a like a scheme and as an interface database. So you can get a so we can create a database type, but we can do that tomorrow. I will just put it as so for now just to make our work easier. But we can map it. You can define a schema, and when we create our client, just to pass it like this. So when you make comments, it will help you to not make a mistake. So right now, data, then we have an amount, which is transaction amount. So we have a status we don't want, an email we don't want. But let's just put it as this hard-coded data. We can just change it. So right now we're gonna see once we refresh the page that the amount is $9 because it's inside our database. See, this is the amount. Yep. So wait just a second. Okay. So that's how it works. So let's just create something more cool on the UI. So just a bigger table with a full screen, like full screen table. So not dashboard, but uh, tasks. Yeah, how we can get this? Yeah, probably this one. Um, yeah, we can get rid of that. But I don't see it. Okay. So what we can do is where it was uh, invokes. Nope. Is this one? Okay, let's just see what's going on here. So in code, data table. Let's see. Let's see what's inside this one. Yeah, these are a lot of columns and table rows, stuff like that. So we probably don't need anything, but let's just see again because this has a lot of stuff. What? Uh-huh. Can you send me the Google? Just I can open it. Yeah. Okay, but I need this one with the, wait a second, with the, there was a one before, like a couple minutes ago. Here, wait a second. Um, tasks, yeah, this one. How can I get the code of this task? Because we will need this one. Uh, tasks, here it is. Here's the code. Um, yeah, so let's just do that. I'm gonna update this one. So instead of this, we can return this one. So probably we don't need images. Um, we don't need user on. So let's just see what's going on. Task is not defined. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Cool. So now we have to get their table from the tasks. So here in data, this is one. No, no, no. Data table is inside components, data table. Oh, we can put this component inside just our components later, but just the same. Okay. So how we would like to, let's just make it here so it can be easier for you and for me. So this is the page, and we can build it step by step because this would copy paste is hard. So here we can have a table. Yeah. Hmm. Can say something again? Let's just see. What and what I have to do? I hear twice, I don't know why. I, I believe it should be okay now. I hear well, I don't know. Can you ask my brother? So on my screen, uh, but how you can hear me? Yeah, I can. Probably this one is not working. Yeah, how we can? Mm, mm, is the same here? I just try this one. Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't know on the stream. Let I will see on my phone. How we can fix that? Audio is from my AirPods. Desktop audio, but this one. Uh-huh. Wait, just to check something. Yeah, it's something from the office, but what we have changed. Um, I've changed. I've changed my microphone. So let's. Can you say something now? No, there is no difference. Of which one? This one? Can't I just? Mm, why is this not working? Say something? No. I hear well. Can you unmute in Discord and talking so we can see here the second camera? No. Cool. We didn't change anything. Oh, bro, you're on mute on Google. Can you unmute yourself? I don't have an idea. I can hear you. Which method? Oh, this is my screen. Uh, hmm. Okay, let's just finish this one. Um, so, so what do you think we can build here? Mm. Oh, a mobile as well. But that doesn't matter because, yeah. But why graph is not gonna be the dashboard? It's gonna be the transactions. Like we will show the graph on the, isn't that gonna be on the dashboard? Mm, this one. Mm, this one. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. So let's make then a four like columns here. So you can add this one. Okay. So then we will have a let's see. Then we can have a table with this filter. What do you think? Yeah, filter and also view and priority and status. Yeah, like just a couple of things like that. Okay, and pagination here as well. Um, page, and here it can be next back and next button. Okay. Um, okay, so if you want, we can start with that, and table we're gonna do it tomorrow because I'm a little tired. So what we can do, we can add these graphs right now. So on the table, instead of showing table and do this thing, we can just remove that. So we get all of our transactions here. So what we can do is to add graphs like this on the dashboard. So let's just see where this thing. So it's inside apps, probably. Yeah, it's this thing. Okay. Yeah, I found it. Chart area interactive. So okay, just see something. So this is a chart. This is the section. Sidebar, yeah, section cards is like something like this. Yep. So let's just copy that. And it says cards. So this will be the card component, and we can just render it right here. So transaction cards. That's gonna be const, then async. And then we can export the format. So here inside cards, what's the name? Transaction cards. Okay. So in transaction cards, we can show them first. So we would see now them like this. I don't have cards, and that's why it shows like this one. So let's just see why showing up like this. Okay. Site. Yep. So we have to copy this one and just here put transaction cards. Okay. Nope. Just see what's going on. Oh, wait just a second here. So this is the transactions. Wait a second. So we have this thing. So sidebar inset site header. Wait a second to check our sidebar. So we have sidebar, up sidebar, then inset. Oh, inset is cool. Trigger, and then this one. We have only this one. So let's just put that here as a see if this gonna gives us a good layout, because once we build the layout it's gonna be really easy. Okay, so we have the layout, and then we can just show the transaction cards here for now. Let's just see what's going on. Well, it's the same. What? Main is not. Oh, wait. We have main. Wait a second. We need something like this first. Yep. So let's just see. Okay, let's remove from our main. We're gonna sidebar, then we have a up sidebar, then we have an inset. That's really cool. It's just like a inset inside of that site header, and the inset on the bottom. Okay, so site header is like, I don't know, I don't have the header. Oh, just a separator and title. Good. Okay, let's just put it inside our components. So site header, yes, nice. Okay, so now let's just remove the trigger because it's inside the site header. So let's just see now. Come on. Trigger, separator, and h1. Yep. So this is document, so we're gonna pass the title as a string. So instead of documents, we're gonna show name of the page. How we can achieve that? Based on the route. Okay, we can add it later. That. So just put a note. Get title dynamically. Okay. So these are our cards. So what we can do for transactions? We can calculate it like later if you want. Just to make here our like layout first. Okay. So, oops. So then after the cards, we're gonna have what's inside this thing? Table. So we can have just a table. Add this thing and to make a table component. I can add it inside. Yep. So data table is gonna be, we're gonna edit that. As this one is a way harder than we need something. I just get it from the date, and data will be JSON from these elements. Okay. Yep, here it is. So I'm gonna remove charts because we don't need charts right now. So okay, so just to finish this thingy, so we can remove the charts because we don't need charts. Okay, don't need chart, don't need any chart. Now let's just see this ready to use component. Total visitors, we don't see this one. We just have to look at status in progress. Okay. Okay, so we are gonna do that tomorrow with the table because it's a little bit bigger and we will have a time to focus. And we have already do a stream for like, I don't know, 9 hours. So I'm gonna remove all these columns that we don't use so we can get a clear mind tomorrow. So these are the transactions, these are the cards, there is a site header component. That's really cool. So we can just use it. So I believe this is the thingy, and we can console log just the transactions from our database. Okay, layout is ready. So let's just see what we've built, what we've covered. So we are starting to build a transactions page. So that will be, guys, for today. We have covered all of the template that you can download it from my repository. We have created development environments of the keys configurations. I've explained how Stripe, Supabase, and Quark works. We have created 3 tables inside our database for users, transactions, and project. We have created a connect button to connect your Stripe account so we can get your transactions. And then we have started to think about show the transactions on a specific page. So Val, do you have anything to share? Oh, yeah, they can't hear you. So you yeah, so we've decided to this thing live, so we can build our own SaaS and we can teach you how we can do it. We know that in the internet there is like more videos that are cropped, I mean, and they're edited, used by ChatGPT and stuff like that. We just wanna show you that what's really the struggle of doing the SaaS. It's not the only cool parts. There are struggles. You see, there are debugging. something is broken, there are issues. It's just a normal thing, it's just part of the development. So don't stop until first you make your goals and make them. Yeah. So we'll do a live stream a couple of days from the start to the end of our SaaS. We would like to give you a way to connect all of your Stripe projects into one single place. You can look all of the data about them. So tomorrow we are gonna continue. We will try tomorrow to finish this transaction page and to finish off the Stripe connection. Then the next day we are gonna make we are gonna start thinking about invoices and shows them into the UI. And at the end we're gonna finish with the dashboard, like full dashboard. We're gonna provide you a way to create multiple projects, and at the end we're gonna create our landing page and we'll push it directly to you guys so you guys can use it as well. So thanks for all of the people that have been watching us today. I hope that if this video goes to my YouTube channel, you can go back and watch it if you want. So we are really grateful, guys, that you have come to check our live. We appreciate your time. Wow microphone is not working today. We're gonna fix it tonight, and tomorrow at 7 a.m. UK time, we'll start again, guys. So thank you so much, and I'll see you tomorrow.